other partners in the industry on the topic, but we still have a long path, of course. We are always trying to improve a bit. We are always trying to go a bit further to explore this topic. So there's not a closed solution. We are evolving on that direction, but for now, this is our path, and I hope that some of you at some point will join us and help us to make a bit better. Thank you very much.
Okay, Sandra, thank you for your presentation. We are now open to questions. I don't know if you have any question that you would like to... Yes.
Well, on this particular case, the sensors are located in drones. Thank you. The sensors are located in drones. So, in theory, the information will be collected without asking you. But as long as the regulation allows it, of course. But when you are asking people in specific contexts, well, if they have data privacy, they clearly have data privacy, and that is a major obstacle for the implementation of such solutions, because obviously no one wants to be in the garden with friends, family, whatever, and suddenly there's a drone, and you don't know if there's a camera on the drone. So there are some states in the United States that already allow you to go to something similar to the municipality here, and you register your area as a non-flying area, so they cannot fly over your garden. It's actually well known like this, not on my garden, not on my backyard, sorry. So which makes sense. A colleague from Câmara Municipal de Porto made this comment a while ago with me, that is these buses, these bigger ones for touristic purposes, when they started to stop on these specific bus stops for touristic purposes, there was a huge number of complaints about these stops, because persons that are seated on the top level could see to people's home, and of course no one wants that. We have that issue also with drones, of course, because you can look at your window and suddenly there's a drone. We didn't overcome that issue yet, clearly. There's also privacy issues in an indirect way. That is, for instance, if you order something to be delivered by drone, you also have these privacy issues regarding the payment, and so the concerns are also related with these payment options that you have, that you would have in order online. So it's not necessarily regarding the drones, but because it's attached to drones, people can relate both and complain about it. So. Right now we have these issues. So we have the technology, but when I say we, it's we at international level. We everywhere has this privacy issue. That is, we have technology ready, but we cannot put it there unless it's for instance, monitoring forests, monitoring ocean, etc. That is easier, but right now in urban areas it's complicated.
Thank you. I don't know if there's any other questions. Yes, Gabriela.
Adding to what Sandra said, I think that there is a problem. Everyone wants the sustainable solution, but no one wants to pay the price. So you want, okay, drones can be, yes, great, but not on my backyard. The neighbor's backyard, not mine. So I think there's an issue in many things, like having better behaviors, more sustainable. But, well, let the others do that, and I just benefit from them. So I think there's a problem overall. Another thing I found your project, the AIR project, very interesting. One question I have is, do you think that because you have that application that gives you the credits if you use sustainable transportation, bicycle or public transportation, that you saw that it changed behaviors? So because of that, or the benefits you can reap from using that, do people change? Do you feel or not?
Well, I do believe that it's easier to convince people that already have some kind of conscience, some kind of ethic, that they will easily go to more green solutions. If you give them, if you give them that help, they will go for it.
The trigger.
So, but people that are completely car dependent like you will not do that. Will not do that.
I'm a PG, I call myself obstinate driver. So.
Yeah, I remember that. But yeah, people that are too focused on moving by car, and this is not necessarily. Well, I'm not saying this as a negative way, because each person has different ways to move and different kinds of trips needed and so on. So obviously the car is very competitive for some of the solutions. For people that has, for instance, to pick children in different kindergartens in the leave children in different kindergartens in the morning, go to work at lunchtime, go to the gym, go to the groceries and return and pick again children, etc. Of course, it's complicated to provide an alternative that is more flexible than car, and those will not go to AIR project because they probably, it's difficult to have a network. I think it's also a problem of network. It's difficult to have a network that provides all these alternatives for all these paths. But we do have changes on behavior, and we do have people going to the AIR project. And indeed, after you start going on bike, you get used to it and you get a bit addicted to it. So, and you also have this conscience that you are not polluting. So it's quite positive. In Brazil, they are actually, the implementation is going quite well, and it's going to have good results because they also have this immediate exchange by the bus ticket. So they use more, they get more. It's more sustainable. But it's still a long path, yes.
On my behalf, I don't have a transportation solution to come to from my home
No, that's what I say. Not everyone has this solution, and unless you live in the center of Porto, for instance, that you have all kind of options, and it's easier to make that move. Yeah, for other.
But I think it's a great solution. I'm not sure if here the students knew about this app that allows them credits, and I think for younger people, probably a great solution to start the trigger to change behaviors and get information, know more about the public transportation system, so they become more greener users of transportation. So I think it's great.
Yeah.
You said in your lecture that it's a problem for the general population to do the acceptance of the drone system delivery, for example. I want to know, I want to ask, what are the approaches to try to solve this issue? How the company tries to address this population in order to make the acceptance more broad throughout the population?
It's not just the company, but it's an international approach. We say we are part of now the pan-European network to promote urban air mobility in cities. We are connected with 38 European cities, and what we want is to make pilots and tests within the cities, so citizens will see the drones at least flying. it's easier for you to accept something that you see, you know, because if you don't see it, you heard it, but you immediately start to think that that will fall, that, you know, you start to see everything that can happen in a wrong way. If you start to see that actually it can work, actually it doesn't make so much noise as you expected, and actually it can be very effective, and it can leave your package somewhere without you being home. This is the main approach. It is to make tests, pilots, etc., so that people will start to decrease this suspicion about the drone. Yeah. So.
About the air application, I think it's amazing. I think it's a great idea. I just want to ask, it is already available in Portugal or only in Brazil?
No, it is available. Sorry, I was mentioning as an example of going to other countries, the Brazil option. No, we have it in Matosinhos, for instance. We were also trying to run it in Cascais, but you can download it in more detail. And you can get more information about it. But you can, for instance, rent these bike sharing options and so on, and collect these apps. So collect these airs. So it's implemented. It's successful. When I say it's not, it's changing behaviors, of course, and of course, it's not immediate. You know, it's a path that will happen slowly. Because people don't give up simply the car and start going on bike. It needs some time, so, but the results are quite impressive right now, and we are really very happy to see the numbers of avoided emissions and so on. So it's great.
But here in Porto, it's only available in Matosinhos.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
A question. I saw that you have you do like a user-centric design. You have a user-centric design approach, and you are very worried in integrating the customer or the user in the design of the services. And my question is, what kind of strategies? How do you incorporate the user's perspective when you are designing the services? What kind of strategies do you use when designing?
Okay, it always depends. I was giving all these examples of completely different projects and different users' specificities. I will provide you an example, for instance, from this survey with the drones. We expected people will be very worried with the time of the delivery, for instance, and from a perspective of someone that develops technology and products, we would at first probably be considering, okay, let's compare if the drone is faster than the van, or let's see if the drone is faster than cargo bikes. But actually, when we were making questions about this to citizens in Portugal, we got to the conclusion that people were more worried with the environmental side. They would not pay, for instance, when we asked, would you pay more for a faster service? They wouldn't, but they wouldn't mind to pay more for an environmental friendly service. So if drone would say that they are green, they wouldn't mind to pay more, but they wouldn't accept to pay more just because it's faster than the truck, which is not what we were expecting at first. We have some 100 replies, so it's not just a sample, and we have different ages replying this. This was a surprising thing. So this puts our focus on the environmental side of this product and not so much on the speed. So usually these are the type of decisions that we have to make. So it's yeah. We also have these interviews with experts. We use the interviews, surveys with experts, focus groups and so on. So we really are interested to have the big picture, and we join industry, universities, groups, particularly groups of citizens, when to include all these different perspectives usually. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the thing is that when you start to have these worries on the conceptual side, then the engineering will follow and will take into account those perspectives. Yes. And now with imposition from the European projects that you have to consider the gender dimension, we are even forced to have these kind of considerations, which is very positive in my opinion. So it's quite it's quite a next step on this development, I think.
I believe one last question. Wait.
How much can you do if the infrastructure is just not good enough? For example, if I lived in Japan, I don't think I would even need this incentive to use the metro. But here, or if I lived in the Netherlands, I wouldn't need an incentive to ride a bike. But here in Portugal, the bike lanes are either non-existent, but it's dangerous to ride a bike in certain areas of the city, and the metro isn't as reliable as it is in other countries. How much can you do if the infrastructures just aren't good enough?
Well, probably that is one of the reasons why you need this nudging incentive, because we have quite a high share of car ownership in Portugal that is not comparable with Netherlands, of course. So we do need to provide these kind of nudging options so that citizens will feel that they could change behavior, and additionally to that, they will get some benefit. I don't believe that they will change their behavior because of the benefit itself, but they will change their behavior because they already have this conscience that they are polluting, because there's all kind of information right now about how cars can pollute, etc. So people are getting conscious about it. If you give them this incentive, it's a plus. It's a plus that helps. I look at it in that way. So it's in Netherlands probably you don't need it because people see other kind of advantages on it. I remember a colleague of mine said that if he would get the car to make to go to work in the morning, he will have to be stopped and drive for 1 hour and 40. If you will do this by train, it will take less than half an hour. So that is his option. That is his incentive. It's a time thing. So he makes this option when he leaves home. Here, we need to have some kind of incentive to consider other options, because in terms of time, things are not so obviously not so different as in some centers in Netherlands. But you need to be forced to consider other options at least, to see, okay, there's a bus, there's a bike, and probably we were not educated to consider other options, I think. So the young children are already now being informed and educated in that sense, but we are still making baby steps.
Well, we would like to...
Yes, okay. So thank you, Sandra, for your brilliant presentation and for being here, for accepting our invitation. So yeah, we need to move forward. So we're going to the next speaker, that is Lígia Conceição from Armis. I'm going to do a little introduction about Lígia. So she holds a PhD in transportation systems from MIT Portugal program. She currently is an ITS consultant at Armis, and she's an invited assistant professor at the University of Porto. She worked at TU Delft and MIT on research related to operations research in transport planning and traffic control strategies for automated vehicles. Her former background is a master in civil engineering, focused on transport infrastructures, also here in the University of Porto. And she is an enthusiastic and passionate about solving and optimizing problems for a better and more innovative future. So thank you, Ligia, also for accepting the invitation.
Sorry for the delay. Thank you, Marta, for the invitation and the introduction. In today's session, I will speak about sustainability and also the role of data and something that most of you are not aware, which are NAPs, like National Access Points, that here in European Union each member state is demanded to have a national access point with data. And I will speak a bit about what is the role and how it can be related with sustainability. And so this is the agenda for today. So first I will speak about the sustainability concept and how these European projects like NAPCOR or C-Roads, they fit into as a sustainable framework for policy and strategy. So in sustainability, okay, sustainable, it's an adjective. Everyone knows a bit of sustainability. Most of us don't understand it fully, and I think no one will ever. Because it's a term that is evolving over time, but basically, it's we heard about sustainable economic growth, the commitment for a development that is sustainable, and as well like sustainable definitions for good educational practice. I think we heard that since we were born. So, but over time, how this connects with mobility itself. So the way that I see sustainability, I would see it like in three levels, which I'm showing here. As an individual level, as the previous presentation, each one has a role on this, how sustainable the mobility services are. As also in terms of meso level, I would say the role also from the companies and cities and regions, the role that they have in terms of services, standards, and frameworks, and also macro in terms of policies and goals at national and supranational global level. So these three pillars, basically I would say that they define sustainability in terms of the social, economic, and environment. And a good sustainable service should fit all these three, but it's almost impossible, and we already heard why it is. In terms of sustainability, I would like also to bring these two topics, which is the efficiency and effectiveness. Okay, the way that I see it in terms of the efficiency, I would say in terms of the progress, in terms of the development, in terms of the performance of the mobility service itself, in terms of effectiveness. Okay, effectiveness we usually see as achieving the goals, but is it achieving effectiveness? It doesn't mean that we achieve the sustainability itself. And we will see like this. I would basically summarize this eco-efficiency term, which in terms of mobility, how could we see as a sustainable mobility service could be eco-efficiency, could fit this term. As I said, in terms of the service and the progress and development of the mobility service itself, sustainable service would indeed have impact in terms of energy efficiency, noise, reduce consumptions, minimize the ecological footprint, carbon neutral, zero emissions, and the terms that of reuse, recycle, and reduce. A mobility service in terms of eco-efficiency, I think most of nowadays, all of the paths that we are taking right now, I would say worldwide, especially in terms of macro policy, I've been mostly focusing on the eco-efficiency. So making the mobility service more efficient and with more efficiency itself, so that we can reduce our food carbon print worldwide. In terms of eco-effectiveness, I would say nowadays we are going into a path so to reduce and to be more effectiveness, but over time, and I will explain with the next slide. This is, I think, it's I would say the backbone of a sustainable mobility service itself. Why? Because when I look to eco-effectiveness, we usually, in terms of the mobility service, we have our vehicles. We are trying to change the vehicles into more electric cars, but their carbon footprint, I would say the need and the resources that are needed to have these electrical vehicles ongoing, it's not actually, doesn't mean actually that it's more sustainable itself, especially in terms of the production of the cars itself. And I don't know, in terms of the macro frameworks, policies that I've been taking into account, and the project that I'm going to present to you today, it's the NAPCOR. Basically touches as I said, the eco-efficiency itself, not the eco-effectiveness. And what is the NAPCOR project? It's a project that started like the end of 2021, so it's quite recent, and coordinates all the national access points. What is a national access point? It's basically it's called a point, especially because it's not depending on the country and the member state itself. The point design, it can have slightly different changes in terms of whether it's a marketplace or database or so on. But it's too much detail for today. But it's a point where you can access data free related with mobility. It didn't start this year. Basically, this I would say there have been some delegated regulations on the scope for a while, but this NAPCOR project basically continues the efforts of trying to harmonize this national access point to have data with categories. So in terms of the last national access point created was the multimodal NAP. We're multimodal because it includes data from many modes of transport. And this NAPCOR, basically, it's a joint pan-European coverage. It's a joint program co-funded by the European Commission, where all the member states and road operators and international organizations work towards the definition of a common level of service, definition of a common data categories, data contents that are part of the data standards, agreement on how the data should be inserted in the national access points, web, and so on. I will give you some links of reference if you want to learn more about this. But basically, the national access point can be useful for new mobility services and how this is related with sustainability, because with a wider and broader data that can be free and access to the public, new service can come from that. I give an example. They are good national access points, and I would not say bad, but not so complete national access points. But in Germany and the Netherlands, the national access points over there, they already have gathered many data, and that's also one of the reasons why when we travel over there, we have an app that gives us real-time data, whether the bus is late, how many times we will wait, whether the bus will come or whether the train will come, when there is a snowstorm, whether is that line working, what is the alternative, and so on. We have, if we live there, and I live there, we have this kind of data all the time, so we don't feel lost in the middle of the city and in the middle of the country itself when we are traveling or across the country. This is basically, okay, I should have a this is basically the, I would say, the drives for this kind of the NAPs and the project itself. So there are many NAPs in Europe, and they are not yet harmonized. And it's also hard to have data that is multinational. Even a company that works in more than one member state, which is quite common in Europe, and the rules and the way that that organization puts the data can have slightly different rules and changes. So the purpose of this project is to harmonize that, and at the end of the project, we shall have more directives in terms of what is the path. Ideally, then this kind of data should work as a common European access point, which is a drive that the European Commission is taking right now. It's something that it's a goal that in the future we would like to attend. So instead of having national access points or supplying that the European access point could be supplied by this exchange of data, and it would solve many of the problems like the ones I was saying, like road operators that work in more than one member state. They could have this the common data standards and models to upload that over there. In our city's urban life, so this kind of the role of data has already given an impact, tremendous impact in our nowadays daily life, but with more data and with the data that it's access and free to everyone, that could ease our lives now every day, and just to facilitate this, these are some of the EU regulations, the current ones that have been already been released since 2013. So this idea of having a national access point comes from a long way, and it's evolving, and that's also the purpose of this projects, European projects, is to evolve this idea. And in terms of impacts and kinds of data that these NABs and data categories that the NABs hold itself, there are plenty. So we have air, rail, public transportation, and road traffic and travel data over there. And obviously, this could have impact in terms of the mobility service, like ticketing, payment options, reservation, and fees and payment. This kind of data, like payment and tickets data, something that is also one of the categories that are included in the delegated regulations to be uploaded. And as you imagine, it's a great change in every member state, and that's why one of the reasons that it is evolving, and it doesn't happen in one day or in 1 year or even in 5 years. It doesn't happen right away. As you imagine, I don't want to get too much in detail, but also in the NAPs we have, it's meant to have data from the network, location, the location facilities, infrastructure and traffic regulations as well over there. So if you look a bit further, you will find a lot of things. This is basically it's the core of the core standards that are being developed. So DataX has many also versions that is evolving. It's currently evolving, and we have the DataX group that also is evolving within the NAP core sub-working groups. And we have over there, I would say, these are basically the core standards that we want every road operator, every entity to use, depending on the type of data itself. Because the data that of a network points and as a graph, it's completely different than of the data of the ticketing, or is also different from the kind of data of timetables, for example. So there are plenty of data, and it is evolving. That's also one of the difficulties nowadays of road operators and the ones that are already obliged to upload data. So I think it's one of the core issues that it is evolving, and there are some categories that are not yet included, or even the basic profile version of a standard doesn't include everything that a certain operator needs. But certainly it is evolving, and in the future we will have this working in Portugal, as well as it is already working in other member states. These are some kind of reference for the curious ones that basically explains the context of this kind of project. And as I said, what is the role of data and apps in sustainability mobility service? I would see it, the role of data will ease the design of new mobility services, the design of new apps, more information that is updated for the user, and so on. So I would say that there is plenty of space for new ideas and new service in the future. So I just wanted to give you, I would say, a hint of what is being developed at macro level, so that in the future we have the mobility system working more sustainable. So that's actually the purpose of data right now, and these are being the directions of European Commission at a high level in terms of facilitating and having common data standards that can be read in the same way as in the other countries. So that's I would say not a new, but a more sustainable world can occur. Because nowadays the data is spread all over. If you want to, even for academia, if you want to make some case studies, it's very hard to find data, very hard. Obviously, there are some nuance of certain types of data that are confidential, but that's being also dealt within each NAP. Also, that's one, and also brings another difficulty because each member state creates the ways and the paths. There are some NAPs. I've given you 3 examples: the Germany, the Netherlands, which are the 2 ones that I would see here, like the most harmonized in terms of complying with the goals. When we also give you the Portuguese map, that's quite recent, so don't mind if it's a bit empty, but it can happen for some data categories. As I said, this is a work being developed and is evolving. What I can actually show you, I don't know if you're already seeing the screen. I just would like to show you some of the links that I'm sharing here. So basically, this is the main web page of the European Commission that explains these 4 NAPs. There are actually 4 delegated regulations, and when the member states started creating NAPs, they started with the first and then following. Some member states, like the Netherlands, have the multimodal travel information in a different website. But I would say that in the future, it was also the recent one, so from 2007 that the delegated regulation came out. There will be a new update quite soon, very soon. But for now, that's the current ones. But basically, the overall, every member state is taking an effort to join all these 4 NAPs into one. Else, I would say that 95% already has in a single point, not in the divided. And if you want to take a look, you can actually click here, and you have all the websites and national access points as well. I would just show you. This is the German national access point. You have to register first. Okay, it's not working right now, but perhaps it's my internet. But once you register, you can access the data. And this is the Netherlands national access point. Okay, they've joined the multimodal travel data, so you see it's evolving. And you can depending on the categories, subcategories, and the types of data that you have. I think it's my internet. Okay, you have this NAP is divided by regions, and you have many types of data. So like dynamic passing times, trips plans, dynamic information services, dynamic availability check, location search, trips plans, and so on. And I also give you, I will share my slides with the organization so you can come. I also give you a link for a previous projects, the UIP project, which ended in at the end of 2020, so quite before the NAPCOR. And in this report, we made, I worked also in this report, we already give an overview about what, in terms of multimodal, quite before the NAP. Okay, sorry. Okay, I give you here an overview about what at that time the current states of the NAPs. So, and you can also see the evolution of the NAPs itself by each member state. And at the end, you have a chapter that basically touches all the multimodal data, which I think is more the scope of this session. So for each NAP, at that time, the data sets were analyzed in terms of railways, cycling networks, bike sharing and bike parking, pedestrian networks, and so on. And you can also have over here, in terms, this is the data categories that are according with the delegated regulation, what kind of data it's inserted. We have each multimodal map has both static and dynamic data, and therefore you can search a bit about this kind of data itself. So I will end my session and wait for some questions. Thank you for listening and on my presentation. Thank you.
I believe we have time for 3-4 questions. Does anyone here have one? Beginning? Okay, I have one. What are the legal aspects towards the share all this data through the population? Because, okay, inside the European Union, you have a major political situation that combines other countries, but even so, if every country has different policies and politics for that. So what is the challenges towards this?
Yes, right now we are dealing also in the NAPCOR project about this kind of what is the mandatory data that needs to be free and with access for the users. And yes, there are some legal issues in terms of accessing some type of some data, especially, for example, a company with bike sharing. There are some kind of data that somehow you can access, kind of I would say how well the economic, what is the budget and how what is the you can have some economic sensitive issues with the access of data. But there is a team, a group of people that is leading that, and it varies according with the member state itself. There are usually in member states where the companies are public. It's already it's a minor problem. The data it's free, whether the bike sharing company it's public or not. But if it's private, we can have some issues. But it's being dealt in a group specialized on that to define what are the mandatory rules and what can each country have some slightly changes on that. More questions?
Hi, Alicia.
Hi.
Thank you for your presentation. And I would like to know if in that project that you mentioned that you are working with the NAP, if you are, I don't know if you are also dealing with the stakeholders that are sharing the data, or are you just designing the system itself? And if you are dealing with the stakeholders, do they have this mindset of the need for free data to create more and better and more sustainable services? Is it easy to make them share the data?
Okay, it's never easy to make someone share their data. It's never easy, and also due to privacy issues, but also economic privacy issues that of each company itself. In the project, it's basically the project is each member state has a team of implementing bodies. Some of our stakeholders, I would say stakeholders, some are statal entities, but basically I would see like the national state bodies usually are the ones that want more data. They have that I would say that perspective, that position in the NAPCOR. They want harmonization of the data. They want that. Usually the stakeholders are a bit more, I would say they are a bit more cautious on the project, but they usually work a lot in terms of data standards harmonization. So it's different roles and different, I would say, benefits that each party gives to the project itself. Usually it's already defined a priori before the application of the project, so everyone knows more or less what they are entitled to do, and so their contribution in terms of stakeholders usually goes to that path.
Thank you, Ligia. This is really a good topic about data, because it's like the new goal of our days, and I see that the data can help providers, service providers, to design services that are more customized to more customized and more adapted to the customers. But my question is that this sharing, the sharing of data, because we are always listening about open data, and no one wants to open the data. Do you think that this should be imposed, or companies will start to enter in this open data thing, or at some time the sharing of data should be imposed by someone else?
Yeah, it is imposed. It is. It's the only way to get them to upload the data over there. It is imposed by delegated regulations. Basically, European Commission delegates regulations to the member states, and each member state, in order to comply that delegated regulation, must create their own regulations, national regulations. So that's also one of the reasons in one countries we have, I would say, more complete NAPs, and the others don't, because of also the lack of timing and lack of, I'd say, proactiveness in terms of creating these imposition regulations. But it is. In some countries, it is. That's why the issue that I was telling about road operators that work in one or more member states, and the issue about the data standards, in what standard that their data, it's the same. Usually it's in the servers, they have already that organized, and they have to upload in more than one NAP. The issue until now has not been, I would say, too major, also because they are mandatory to upload in one country of their service in that country, and another one, and there is also in the middle of the path there are other member states that they don't need to put. They only put if they are imposed, and that's the path. It will happen here in Portugal, so, and not hopefully, it will happen actually.
Okay.
I'd like to thank you, Ligia, for coming here. Also, Sandra, thank you very much for the time. We're gonna do now a short coffee break. It's gonna be 30 minutes. We encourage you viewers, guests, to interact among yourselves, to interact with our speakers. We decided to create just a short, easy game for us. You can access there. It's very easy just to promote the interaction between everybody. And the short break and the coffee break will take place here on the top floor, just in front of the auditorium. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
One thing about the form, it's you have to kind of interview someone, create one form per each person you interview. And at the end, we're gonna have a small prize for the person who interviews most people. Okay.
following. Everyone, please, attention. Hello, everyone. Thanks for being here today. We are going to continue our session, our Congress. We are hoping you are enjoying. And now we are starting the subject circular economy. With us, we are going to have Professor José Faria as a moderator of our topic. And also we have two amazing guests, Maria Manuela Marques from Ibersol and also Cristiana Ribeiro from Smart Waste. And they are going to talk about circular economy in a service-oriented optics. So we hope you enjoy. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them in the end. And now I'm going to pass the word to Professor José Faria. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you for being here. I would like, of course, to thank for the kindness of our invited speakers, Manuela Marques and Cristiana Ribeiro. And I also would like to have a special word for the organizing committee of the Congress because of their choice or sustainability as the main theme for the Congress. I think it's very important. I believe that sustainability issues has been somehow apart from the most of the engineering programs at FILP, and we have to change it. And I think that this initiative is in the right sense. I think congratulations, thank you thank you a lot for providing us the opportunity to have such speakers and to have some discussions with students in order to promote awareness on this rather important topic. Okay, so I hope you enjoy. So the first speaker will be Manuela Marques. Manuela Marques is a member of the board of Ibersol. I don't know if you know Ibersol, but probably you know Burger King, you know Pizza Hut, you know KFC, and many other brands like this one. All those brands belong to the universe of Ibersol. And Manuela is a board member of Ibersol and is also a PhD student at FILP in the area of sustainability, where she's trying to combine the economic business rationale with sustainability, the planet rationale. This is the main topic. I hope that many of you could feel inspired by the example of Manuela and by the example of Cristiana. He's also a FILP engineer, now he's at Smart Waste, is involved in research projects, and is actively promoting in our economic sector circularity. So I deeply hope that you get inspired by these presentations. Okay? So let's hear what they have to say. Manuela, please.
Thank you, Professor. First of all, I would like to thank Alexandra and the Congress organization for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. First of all, because I'm a student and it's an honor to be in this stage. Second, because it's the first time I could speak without a mask in the last years. I hope that I could not inspire you, but keep your attention and in this topic that I think it is very useful in the next professional life, and I hope it's helpful. I will talk. Sorry. Okay. I will split my presentation in two mainly parts. First of all, I will give you a brief overview of Ibersol. Professor José Faria talk about a little about it and the most important part. That is the products we eat. Second, I will bring here some highlights about the circular economy in our company, in our restaurant industry. And I will finish with some challenge for you. Ibersol, Ibersol is, as Professor José Faria told, is a multi-branded company positioned in the food service industry with vision to lead the food service business in the Iberian Peninsula and speak Portuguese markets. This is the part we know better, the brands we operate, Burger King, KFC, Pizza Hut, and some own brands like Pans and Company and Ribs. They are very present in Spain. Also, we have different channels, the concessions and the commercial catering, travel channels, mostly in airports. We have mostly 1/3 of the business sales are in the travel concessions in the airports, in the highways. And the catering, we are present in Futebol Clube do Porto, Sporting, and some place known by us. I'm not used to this. Giving some numbers, taking in account 2019, it was a year before COVID. It's what will happen in this year. And now we count for most than 9,000 employees, more than 500 units, and the sales volume are about, at that time, reached almost 500 million euros. So it's in this kind of industry is some important company, and it is listed on the Euronext Lisbon Stock Exchange. Relating to the sustainability issue in the company, we are working for a long time in these issues. Social and environmental concerns are a word in our daily agenda. But since last year, we decide to more commit with this topic. And we develop a project we named internally Sustainability Transformation, because what we want that this is not a buzzword, and this is that will be a project will involve all the departments of the company from top to top down. All the people are involved. We began with the shareholders, the board, and the employees at the restaurants units. I put it in 4 dimensions, so for it's easier for us to see. These dimensions are not going alone or in sequence. We are working on these dimensions at all time and in circles. And in some of this box, I put some of the projects we are working in. First of all, we have to align. We have to align our mission, our vision, our business model, even the organization format and the governance and the model, in order to align with the Environment Development Goals and the 2030 Agenda. So we have to align the main frames that we have in the company even in this year, all the business plan all have sustainability topics, and in next year we have all we'll have KPIs to follow this area and initiatives relating to them. Then we have to involve shareholders and the people within there are shareholders, the employees, in order to define the materiality, set the principal objectives relating to emissions of carbon, goals of the types of ODS we are addressed to, and we are working a lot right now in this area. Then, after align and evolve, we have to reform. We have to look to our processes, to our utilities, to our business model, and looking how could we do better in order to consume less and waste less. Not less important, and because Ibersol is a listed company, there are regulation about reporting, so we have to prepare with Union European legislation information, no financial information about the company. It is only important not only to comply the legislation obligation, but also we need to communicate with shareholders, and we need to also communicate with our consumers and the markets. All of these projects and dimensions are taking into account not only the restaurants in itself, but the whole value chain, from the supply chain till the end of life of the products. We always are taking this in account. Now I'm going to highlight you and bring you some more practical initiatives that we are looking and we are working on that could show us how even in a service-oriented company, not electronic products and so on, it is also important to look to circular economy and see how we can take responsibility on this and do our part. I think Cristiano will talk about this. There are no citizen or neither a company or government or else that could not look into his business and do it well in order to have a better world to live. I bring a framework done by UK government, especially developed for the restaurant industry. That is an easy way to put in 7 ingredients, that they call the concerns and the areas where we can address circular economy. There are a lot of different formats to present this, and I choose this because it's somewhat comics. I like it best. We have food, drink, energy, water, packaging, facilities management, consumables, and transportation. Regarding to the food and drink, as you know, beef are a very important emitter of greenhouse emissions. And there are a trend in food industry to replace protein, animal protein source to plant-based alternatives. Even in Burger King, there is a brand whose core product is a burger. If you look to the menu board, you will see a very presence in the menu board of plant-based alternatives. So here in this industry, designing menus will be a topic in the agenda. The other subtopic important is about the sourced ingredients. The best way was to plant our own ingredients, next to use local suppliers, but when it is not possible, we have to assure that our suppliers are certified. We use some as possible organic products and from suppliers with sustainable source. Sorry, but I think this is not okay. The last two subtopics in food drinks we address and we are working on that is about preparing and serving meals and managing food wastes. Our colleague will talk a little about that. About preparing and manage meals, the most issue is consume less and waste less. It's always the same with food and water and energy. There are a lot of opportunities in this area to track the food waste. For you, there are from technological areas. There are lots of opportunity with artificial intelligence to work on this area about production models and waste control models to ensure the less waste as possible. Managing food waste, it's about in the ideal area, it's use end life products. It is not when it's not possible. Use distribute the waste that is produced, even ingredients and even and meals produced, and then recycle. For example, we recycle all the oil that are used in fried products to produce biodiesel. There are some other industries who do a cake with fruit in the end of life, and now we are working on the compost, the waste, with the separation of organic waste to compost. Energy and water is almost the same. We have three subtopics. The source of the energy. The trend is to replace for sustainable renewable energy. The other topic with a very emphasis in the company is how you use the energy. The best practices to reduce the consumptions. For instance, we have in all of kitchens the plan on off to turn off the equipments where they are not needed, and replace equipment and supplies with less energy consumption. We are not in the 2C subtopic energy recover, that it's about installing. There are suggestions to installing in the kitchens heat recovers systems to use the energy produced, the wet produced. About water, it's the same. Looking for the source of the water. The rainwater, we don't have yet implement the systems to use water from this source. We have some practices to implementing about the use of water. It's all about more time. It's all about reduce consumption and reduce the waste. And water recovery, we have not yet any project to recover grey water, but it's you can see that in some hotels and some other projects, companies who have already go with this. The other subtopic, very important to restaurant industry, is packaging. Both types of packaging, the packaging of the ingredients that come from the suppliers, and the packaging we gave to our clients. More with the development, the delivery and takeaway ways of doing the business, more the packaging increase. There is a very important trend that to forbidden the single-use packaging. There are lots of interesting business models about this. You could look at a company named Boomerang. When you go to a restaurant, take your packaging with you. You could drop the package in another type of restaurants, and there are a platform to manage the package you can use and drop in different place. This is will be a challenge to this industry to finish the single-use units. If you have packaging disposables, you have to do that with the recycled materials, what is right now mandatory in our legislation. Relating to facilities management, it's about the materials you use in the construction, recyclable, sustainable materials, utilize second-hand materials, love to repair, and try to use the same materials for long time as it can be. It is not very easy to implement this because the brands in the 4 to 4 years wants to rebrand the image of the stores. Nowadays, what is doing is design by models, and we can change some parts and keep the others and reduce the replacement of the materials. But it's also where we replace more than it should be. There are we don't do this in Ibersol, but I bring it to you because there are now some projects with this that are about sharing the kitchens. when you have one facility, one kitchen, you could rent one shift, night shift, or otherwise, to another company to utilize your facilities. There are also another interesting model about called dark kitchens. There are small facilities with small kitchens, without clients, without room service, only to produce the meals and send it back to the clients with delivery or delivery. Even those kitchens can be used for more than one company. It's also that we will see in Portugal in the next 5 years. Another part, not less important, is about the consumables, and we are talking about uniforms, and now we are looking for that, trying to use to buy uniforms with organic fibers, even though there still appear some companies who are renting the uniforms. They don't buy because the rotation of people that are in this kind of industry. There are an option not to buy the uniforms, but to rent the uniforms. What I can bring to you is in these different areas there are a lot of opportunities in different kinds of business models to develop. The another consumable is about the cleaning materials. Here we are working in replace some of the products with plant-based ingredients, and even the material of the cleanless are nowadays you can choose with organic fibers or recycled ones, and even in these areas we a lot of to do, or a lot of we can do. To finish, the transportation. Here I put the two kinds of transportation, supply chain, and here in the supply chain we can discuss with the suppliers. There will be a trend in next years to green supplier. There are not yet possibility to do this, but we take it in account the origin of the product, because the same product with some ingredients, the emissions they produce will depends mostly from the distance they come from. So we are looking to buy local, and when it is not possible, to try that the supplier could take in account these concerns. We have on transportation. I include the supply chain and the fleet management. Here in the fleet management, the delivery is also this is a part of the business who increased a lot with COVID. Now it represents more than 30% of the sales in the restaurant industry, and we are looking we have implemented this in some brands, electric vehicles or bicycle ones. And to finish, what I have to say, it's circular economy, it's not an option. In any I would like a new one. Okay, it's not an option. Even in any kind of industry you will start working or working with, you will face with these topics. And I think there are a lot of opportunities relating to artificial intelligence. I'll talk about Internet of Things, about the versatility of the products and the supply chain that are very interesting topics. I challenge you to think about it and take it into account when you go to work because we will face with it sooner or later. I hope you like this presentation, and I'm open for the questions you may want to address. Okay?
Thank you so much for your intervention. I would like to know if anyone has questions. We can start from the back.
Hello. Okay. Hello. Here. Good afternoon. Good morning. I have two questions. One regarding the food section and one regarding the water and energy section. In the food section, when we often talk about sustainability in the food industry, it's very talked the dairy farms. And I would like to know if there are studies being made or initiatives regarding plant-based meats or meat-like alternatives by your group. In regards to the energy and water saving, in the slide, in the water slide, it said involving and training employees. If you could give an example of a formation or some practices that you teach your employees in general to make them more involved and to make them care, because sometimes as an individual in a large organization it's hard to think that our contribution makes a difference, but it's important as well to engage in the communication. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for your questions. First of all, about the plant-based meat, there are a lot of studies about this. And if you, last month there will be a very important international fair about food. Every company sells plant-based food. Alternatives to meat, alternatives to fish, alternatives. It's the trend of the food industry right now. Everyone wants to sell plant-based food, and we will see right now in the supermarkets, and we will be this in the next years in restaurants and everywhere. And there are a lot of studies about that relating to we know the difference between the emissions that the meat produce instead the vegetables source. The other questions about the training programs. First of all, to manage, we have to measure. In our restaurants, we make a stock inventory every week, and the same with the consumption of energy and water. And there are KPIs for water and electricity consumptions. There are best practices to compare. There are some units have benchmark grades relating to other similar units, and they are always measured why they consume more than me. Even the monetary price, the incentive plans they have are relating to that. It's the first part. We have to measure to follow. The other part is training. Obviously, it's very important that people knows how they could consume less energy. There are some tricks to help that, the sensors to turn off the lights. They have a plan to turn on and off the equipments with some labels helping turn on at 10, switch off at 11. There are some aids to help the training. Of course, they have a small training model oriented why we are with these concerns, and where in the daily activity can help assuring that. Yeah?
Okay, thank you so much. I don't know if there are any further questions. If not, maybe we can go to the next session about circular economy with Cristiana Ribeiro from Smart Waste. We hope you like it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me here today. I'm going to talk about circular economy, what the association is trying to do, our main initiatives, and we developed a guide for best practices in the sector of services. So I'm going to present it to you, a little bit of it. Okay, so this is the schedule for today, as I said. To talk a little bit about circular economy, it is important to talk about our context and tendencies. So, as you know, and you have seen it before, we have a world population growth. Nowadays, we are around 7.2 billion of people. We have finite resources. Our global economy is using 1.6 planets to satisfy our current needs. Here in Portugal, and you can see it right now, we have a strong dependency on the European Union on the importation of raw materials, and not only the European Union. We have a raw material price volatility. We have a lot of environmental risks, such as CO2 emissions, water scarcity, biodiversity loss. And we also have an excessive production of waste. We are producing 11 billion tons of waste globally. I think it's too loud. No? So to tackle this, we have to bring circular economy at stake. Circular economy is a new business model, let's say. We are living in a linear economy right now. We have some circular economy models. We are extracting our natural resources, take them, make it products and services, and then when we don't need them, we are disposing it, and this is becoming waste. So circular economy is another approach. It's a regenerative and restorative principle, so it keeps products and services longer in our economy, and this is really important. And it's a cycle that eliminates the notion of waste, and this is the mission of Smart Waste Portugal, as you can see after. You have seen, I think, this scheme right now. The butterfly scheme is from the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. It's really a company that brings circular economy globally. And it began in 2010, and our association was born in 2015. So we are tackling this issue right now. Okay, I have the same problem. So to talk a little bit about Smart Waste Portugal, we are a business association. We are a non-profit private association. It was created in 2015. Our mission is really to create a national platform involving all players in all sectors to promote and value waste as an economic and social resource through circular economy. and we have to generate business through cooperation, mostly. We have now 142 members. As you can see, our members are from different sectors, all across the value chains. We have this representation. We have industry and distribution, waste management companies, consulting services and engineering, universities and research centers, associations, and others that are municipalities that are really important to us. 62% of our members represent SMEs, and we work for them as well. So, as we were born in 2015, there was no action plan for circular economy in Portugal, so we developed this study that the aim was to characterize and quantify the importance of the activities of the waste management sector in a perspective of the circular economy. And given this, we developed and launched some working groups that want to talk about circular economy in some areas, such as waste-derived fuels, compost plastics in the circular economy, waste collection in general, construction and demolition waste, waste from electrical and electronic equipment, food waste, and now glass in the circular economy. So we try to work in many sectors with many members, and we are always open to work in more sectors and more topics regarding circular economy. Such, to give you a note of some of our initiatives, we have the Portuguese Plastics Pact, that is a national platform regarding circular economy for plastics. We have a shared vision with the other pacts from our global network, is from the Ellen MacArthur Foundation Global Network regarding plastics pacts. So our vision is to create a plastic circular economy in Portugal where plastics never become waste or pollution. And we have 5 ambitious targets to achieve until 2025. That is to eliminate problematic and or unnecessary single-use plastics. Guarantee that the packaging put it in the market is 100% reusable, recyclable or compostable. Guarantee that 70% of plastic packaging is recycled. And then to close the loop, as we can say, to incorporate 30% of recycled plastic in new plastic packaging. And then we have another target, that is to create awareness and education to the final consumers. And we are launching another platform regarding glass, that is the platform for glass packaging circularity in Portugal, that is Plataforma Vidro Mais. We are launching it in May. So the vision is almost the same, but for the glass, to make Portugal a reference country in the collection and recycling of glass packaging, as well as in the use of recycled glass, because we are below our targets. We have this project too, among many others, but this one brings me here today. That is the Be Smart, Be Circular project. We have a strategic objective that is to stimulate and train our national SMEs, because as you saw, we have 62% of our members are SMEs, and with relevance to the waste sector, providing them knowledge and information, because sometimes we lack of knowledge and information, and it is really important to pass the word. So among our activities, we developed a good circular practices guide for the services sector that I'm going to present after. For you, especially, we have a group that is called Smart Waste Portugal Young Professionals. It was created in March of 2020 during the pandemic, and is a group aimed at young professionals that work, have a professional activity or only interest in the waste sector and in the circular economy sector. If you are age 35 years old or under, you can register registry for it. If you go to our website, you can find the formulary to do it. And we have some activities regarding circular economy as well, such as these ones, webinars, online conferences, career talks, where we talk about these topics. And the best practices. We developed this guide of best practices, best circular practices for the services. You know them well than me. You can go through our website. This is for free. You can see the whole guide. It's in Portuguese. And my slide is in Portuguese too, the next one. So we are highlighting 5 practices, that is to access circularity, regenerate, share, optimize, close the cycles, virtualize, and exchange. And then we highlighted some actions for each one of these practices, such as to go through tools to access your circularity in your own company. We have the examples, for example, from Circulytics from the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, and some tools from the WBCSD. We can go through consulting services to do this evaluation if we have not the human resources assets. To evaluate our circular economy, how is it going in our own company, and our ecological footprint. In the regenerate area, we can install renewable sources for our self-consumption, to have 100% green plan for our energy consumption too, to go through carbon offsets to compensate our activity, to acquire products and services that contribute directly to the restoration and regeneration of our ecosystems. And in each one of these actions, you can see in the guide some examples, practical examples from real companies. In the share one, we can share our assets, such as even human resources. We can share the spaces, our meeting rooms, our co-work spaces. We can offer models that maximize our use of products too, like products in second-hand, for example. And we can encourage our own employees to share the cars to go to the work. And we can give incentives to our employees that goes to work by foot, for example, or in public transportation. In the optimize practice, we have a lot of actions too. For example, in our assessment of our suppliers, we can have criteria of circularity. It's not really common, but we can start doing that. We have some sustainable ones, for example, but we can have circularity as well. And we can acquire products as a service. This is really important. We are not the owner of the product, we are only buying the service. For example, Uber is an example of it. And we can perform auditing, environmental ones and energy ones in our own company. Then, to close the cycles, the loops, we can incentivize to establish systems for the waste management in our own company, and we can guarantee that we treat waste as normal as we should do. In the virtualized one, we can virtualize the services for our clients. For example, we don't need to have a meeting in person. We can go through virtual meetings in our own company, for our own employees, and for our clients too. And then we can give conditions to telework. Then in exchange, we can opt for products and services that have the ecological footprint of the European Union. We can use reusable products, and we can offer services to incentivize and to invest in circular economy. And we have this all with examples, real examples in our best practices guide, so you can go through it and see the real practices. So, the main conclusions. To implement the circular best practices in our own organization, we have to develop an ambitious vision with a systemic approach. So we have to think in all of it, in all our processes, in our employees, in our own all stakeholders. Because we want to admit and we want to have a new business model and new initiatives. Then we can develop a long-term plan with a clear roadmap of our actions, what we want to do. With strategic orientations to promote circular economy in our own organization and with direct ones. Everyone must understand our orientations. And then we have to promote the stakeholders' engagement. We have to align everyone, not only within our own company, but the other stakeholders, our clients, our shareholders, our suppliers. It is really important to align everyone. And then we have to have a systemic thinking. And here in Smart Waste Portugal, we think that cooperation is the key to promote circular economy because sometimes we have a member that have some kind of issue and we think a little bit and okay, I have another member that maybe has a solution. Sometimes it's an enterprise and a university, for example. So universities and collaboration between all the sectors and all the members is really important. And then we have to employ support tools, plan out all our activities within the action plan that we defined before, to employ a circular economy approach and to really give voice to circular economy in our own organization. And to finish, I just wanted to invite you to our conference. It's in-person conference. It's called Smart Growth, the Role of Circular Economy. It's taking place next Thursday, so you are all invited to be present there. You can see in our website the conditions for registration as well. And thank you, I'm available for what you need.
Thank you. As usual, please, questions, do you have them?
I was hoping it were no questions, but let's.
Okay, I would like to know, because you say there is some level of difficulty to try to engage the customer into circular economy. So I would like to ask you, how are the strategies towards the end user, towards your partners, and for engaging more into circular economy?
Okay, it's a really interesting question. Thank you for it. As a business association, we try to bring circular economy for our members, not the final consumers. With the final consumers, we are only taking awareness campaigns, for example, about circular economy. In the case of the Portuguese Plastics Pact, we are now going to launch a company regarding recycling of plastics, because sometimes we think we are recycling it correctly and we are not. So pay attention to it. Regarding your real question, we try to give all the tools necessary to our members. In this Be Smart, Be Circular project, we try to develop this guide. It's a really simple guide with direct best practices, because sometimes it's not easy to know what we can do. It's really theoretical, it's not practical, we don't know how to start, so the best thing, like the main conclusions that I said, is to define a plan with a clear roadmap. If you want, if you need, you can have consultancy services doing it with you. And in our network, we try to give it to our members, because sometimes we have a member that has a problem and we always think, okay, let's try to solve it. Within our network, who can help, and in our working groups we do it too. It's a discussion forum.
Are there any more questions that someone wants?
In your opinion, do you think that circular economy is enough, or do we also need to convince companies to try to not promote so much consumption? Because the more they promote consumption, the more money they make, and that's their purpose. So do you think circular economy is enough?
Yes, because circular economy takes this vision. It begins by consuming less as well, because if we consume less, we have not so much waste in the end, and we can try to close the cycles, close the loops. Sorry. So circular economy, sometimes it's a really opportunity to generate business, because we have some options that are more circular, and we can gain from in the environmental perspective, the social one, and also the economic one. So we have to assess all to see if this is really an opportunity. And we have some studies that says that yes, it is an opportunity to go from the linear one to the circular one.
Okay, thank you. Are there any more questions?
Thank you. I just have a really quick question. When you talk about the Be Smart, Be Circular projects, you talk about the SME. I didn't understood what that was.
Small medium enterprises,
Oh, okay. Thank you.
PMEs. Because we have 62% of it in our within our members, so it was important to bring a project that responded to them directly.
Okay, I think we have the last one.
You
Okay.
can email me. Oh, it's not here anymore, but
Okay, you said that you are that your group, and the group has the multiple members, and they are from many different industries. They target different segments of the market and everything. How do you manage the connections between those members? Like, do you try to promote circular economy between them, partnerships, and those kinds of
Yes.
services?
yes, because our working groups are open to our members. So if you are from, for example, from a construction company, you can participate as well in the plastics in circular economy, because sometimes you have there an opportunity. Use plastics as well. You have packaging in your own company. So sometimes it's an opportunity to exchange visions. So that's why we keep it open, because sometimes we don't know, you don't know, okay, this is interesting, but it's not the thing that I do, but sometimes it pops up an opportunity for you.
Okay, thank you so much once again for your intervention. It
Thank
was
you.
really useful and helpful. Once again, I would like to thank. I would like to thank Cristiana and Maria Manuela for coming today and for their intervention. I think it was really useful for us, and we were able to learn a lot. And now, before saying goodbye, I want to pass the word to Professor Jeffrey.
Okay, thank you. Just a final word on this. I believe that all of us are fully aware about the importance of circular economy, about the importance of reducing the material footprint and so on. And today we learned a lot of initiatives at Ibersol and Smart Waste that tries to reduce that material footprint. It's the main topic for circular economy. But we are in a Congress of service engineering. And we didn't talk too much today about consumer and the customer, about service. So you may think, well, as a service engineer, I'm not concerned with circular economy, about material footprint. You can look, for example, at the initiatives of Ibersol and say, well, they make a lot of sense. The rationale is obvious when we think about the planet and the environmental impact of those initiatives. That's of course. We can also look at them about the economic rationale of them, because very often I'm going to consume less energy, less raw materials, and so on and so on. So maybe at the end I can reduce my cost structure. But there is a third dimension that was absent here. It was the customer. What is the impact of those initiatives upon customer experience? It was not addressed here. Does it mean that it does not concern service engineering? I think it's the opposite. It fully concerns customer experience. But right now, companies are not looking at this from the customer perspective, from service engineering. It means that there is a huge opportunity for you as service engineering to fill that gap. Because everything is to be done. I was talking with Cristiana before the meeting, because Cristiana told me that they are developing a platform in order to ease collaboration, cooperation between companies. That's a service they are developing in order to promote service, in order to promote collaboration. And I asked Cristiana, did you have any care when designing the service of your platform? Did you have any service engineering help you on designing that service? And you can imagine what was the answer. It's no. Why is no? Because it does not important service engineering on that platform. Of course, it's very important. It's missing. It's waiting for you. Okay? So thank you very much for your interest on the session, and I hope that this afternoon it will be also interesting for you. So thank you very much.
So for the people that are not joining during the afternoon, thank you for coming. We hope you enjoyed. Right now, we want to meet you outside for lunch. Lunch is until 2:20, so please be aware of that. We also wanted to let you know that the people that are winning our games. So in first we have Ricardo, in second we have Diogo, and in third we have Madalena. So if you don't want Ricardo to win as usual, please continue. Please, yeah, I'm the usual winner, but please continue to interact and interview the people. And also for the ones that didn't already, please go to like our check-in desk to take your like gifts of the Congress, okay? The notebooks and etc. Thank you so much. You can also find the lunch menu on our Instagram and also the game link on Instagram. The coffee is at the coffee lounge, okay? Sorry, the lunch is at the coffee lounge.
talk about smart services for energy transition, and I want to introduce you Professor Jorge, Nuno Mateus from EDP, and David Rua from INESC. I will introduce you first Nuno Mateus. He's a project manager at EDP New. He has a master in energy engineering and environment and a PhD in energy and sustainable development. He also worked as research and assistant professor at Faculty of Science of University of Lisbon, focused on areas of energetic flexibility and energetic systems for buildings. At the end of 2021, he joined EDPNU as a project manager in energy positive communities area to coordinate the Age 2020 Smart to Be project, which aims to increase the intelligence of existing buildings. So you can start.
So good afternoon, all. So like Madalena said, I came here today to present you two main topics. The first part will be about EDPNU main activities, and then I will talk about Smart to Be Age 2020 project. I will try to first introduce you to the main concept of the project, and then talk about the services and the business model that we want to develop during the 3 year of the project. So first of all, about EDPNU, we are a R&D center, part of EDP Group. Basically, we work with energy. And the main focus is to work with European funding and look to new projects in this area. And for that, of course, we need a large partnership system. So we have lots of partners that works with us in several projects that we have, and we are growing in the last years. And we are almost 50 persons working there. And finally, of course, since we are part of EDP Group, we have, and since EDP was bought by China Tree Gorges in 2015, we have a strong cooperation with the Chinese research center that they have there, and work with us in technical topics related with energy. About EDPNU, we have mainly 5 technical areas, as you can see in the slide, but they are mainly focused on the renewable technologies and the integration with the energy system. Myself, I work on positive energy communities that deals majority of the time with buildings and the interaction between buildings and the energy grid. So that's why I today bring you Smart to Be. That is a project that deals with improving the smartness of the existing buildings and also deals with energy communities. So this project just began last year in September, and they have 3 years duration, 4 million budgets, and we are 11 partners from 8 different countries, and we have 5 building pilots to test the Smart to Be ecosystem that I will explain after. So about the Smart to Be, what is the main objective, motivation that we have to try to develop this concept? So it's related with the main concerns that everyone have related with the energy paradigm that we have nowadays, related with the energy consumption in buildings, of course, but also related with the CO2 emissions associated. So besides that, we also want to be part of the energy transition and change the actual paradigm of the buildings. And as you may probably know, nowadays they have no smartness and no interaction with the grid and low levels of smartness. So we want to change that. We want to enable the buildings with two-ways communication system to communicate not only with the users of the buildings but also with the grid. And to improve the actual smartness of the buildings, and for that we propose to develop what we call the Smart to Be ecosystem. That consists of developing the Smart to Be devices, the platform, and the services. Basically, just a quick highlight on the devices that needs to connect everything that is connected to the grid in your house, in your office buildings. So we want to monitor the energy consumption, the indoor air temperature, quality, and so on, in order to gather all this information in the platform and to optimize everything that we know about the building in order to provide smart services to the buildings. So we have essentially three main objectives that are divided in three different scopes, I would say. The technical one that is, of course, related with this, the development of the Smart to Be devices. So we want to develop and provide intelligent devices to the buildings that will be connected to the Smart to Be platform. Then, of course, we are also talking about to improve the energy flexibility of the buildings and also untap the potential of demand response of the buildings to be used and lower the energy consumption related. And finally, we want to bring citizens to work with us in the energy system. So that's why we hope to work also as an aggregator of the flexibility to energy communities. Finally, we have four main pillars, technology pilots that we want to develop. Some of them I already explained you. But of course, I want to highlight the last one that is related with the user interaction, and the next topic that will be the services. So we are using a user-centered approach that we want to use to develop the proper services that are that will be used for the users. And for that, of course, besides the device, the platform, and the service, we want to have API that could be used by the users and their homes to be connected to the system, to other buildings, and to make use of their flexibility. Moving to one of the last topics that I bring today, that is about the transnational services that we want to develop. So we are trying to develop several services here, and they have different targets, I would say. So we can have the typical user of their homes, but also the energy aggregators as communities, the grid manager, and so on. So we have, of course, different services. So typically we have two main topics in these services. The first one is about the flexibility, like I said before. So everyone in their house have lots of equipments that could be moved to another hour of the day to be used. For example, we can try to turn on our HVAC system in the hours that we are also producing energy from the PV panels. So this is one of the potential that we want to develop in this service. Probably it's the more theoretical, since at least in Portugal it's not so used to be seen. Then, of course, related with the indoor comfort and the air quality, we want to develop these services also for the users. So, like I said before, the user-centered approach. So we are we want to bring the users for the center of this ecosystem, so we want to provide them the appropriate indoor air conditions in terms of temperature and CO2 emissions. And of course, we are also dealing with this COVID situation, so we want to predict and to act, for example, in the HVAC systems in order to provide appropriate airflows to the several spaces in the buildings. Then we enter in the energy efficient field, so we want to, of course, optimize and reduce the energy consumption in buildings, and for that, of course, I will not enter in detail, but the idea here is also to reduce the energy consumption from the data that we can gather from the smart to be devices. We want to optimize the energy use in the buildings. And the final one that is use this data like in a smart way. So we want to, the first one, it's one of the typical kind of service that we are trying to bring from several projects that we are working with. So we want to use the data, for example, the energy consumption of some appliances to predict when they need to be to have some maintenance or some piece could be changed. And finally, we link the smart to be concept to the smart readiness indicator. That is a concept that the European Commission has been developing in the last years, and we want also to use this API like an advisor and to give tips to the users to use in a different way their own equipments. So just to finish my presentation, I would say, and not enter into much details here, but the main idea here that I want to share with you is that this, as you can see, we are developing, or at least we aim to develop several things here. So we have different services that we can provide in our smart to be concept, and of course different customer segments that we want to deal with. So we are trying to adapt our services in terms of the type of the customers, of course, and since we are just in the beginning of the project, we are exploring yet the main ideas related with this business model, but we want essentially to work as I would say hardware provider, and to provide also a system that could be used by the several users depending from their needs and the type of the building that they are using. And I would say that is my presentation. So thank you all for the time, and if you may have any question, you can also subscribe our newsletter to be aware of what is going on.
Before we starting the debate, I will introduce you David Rua. So David has a background in electrical engineering. He also has a PhD degree in sustainable energy systems. He is a researcher at the Institute of Systems and Computer Engineering of Porto, and he is interested in areas that involve the use of communication systems for electrical networks operations and management of the energy resources to provide flexible services. He is currently leader in the area of energy management systems and a senior research at the Center of Energy and Energy Systems, both for technology and science at Engenharia. So now I will pass the word to David Rua.
Okay, so first of all, good afternoon. I'm hoping that not yet. Okay, then I'll make the introduction from my side. Okay, so first of all, thank you very much for the invitation to be here today. Nuno already provided a lot of the insights that I was willing also to approach in my presentation, and I only have 2 slides, so I'm clearly at a disadvantage here. Anyhow, I'll probably focus more on the technical side of why we did what we did in the last few years, and how actually we can support the creation of services related with energy management in residential buildings. Again, also pretty much related what Nuno was mentioning about some of the topics which cover modeling, optimization, decision making, and at the end to provide the actual tools for the end users to be able to take decisions on the energy use. But more on that in a few moments. So. Okay, so it seems to be working. Okay, so as I was introduced, I'm part from Tech, from the Center for Power and Energy Systems, and we deal with many areas. So I'll just briefly go, and I just have 2 slides, so I need to take some time in some of them. I'll present you what are some of our competencies in terms of what is our work that we do. So we range from the side of modeling and simulation. So we started actually from the grid side. So our creation was from the grid side, and we brought together from smart grids and other topics on energy. And what we have been doing is the capability of modeling systems and be able to simulate those systems to a specific goal. So we have competence definitely on the simulation side, where we bridge out together both the energy side and communications. And by the way, I'm part of from the Center of Energy Systems, but Tech as many other centers, such as industrial engineering, also as robotics, as biomedic research. So we are a cluster of several competencies, but specifically in the energy side, we do develop a lot on the part of simulation, also on the part of the modeling of multi-energy systems, and we need to consider that we are surrounded by several energy systems, and this means electrical systems, thermal systems, and so forth. So this is something that we're also engaged in. We're also involved in large-scale modeling, and this has to do with our background. So the electric grid, for those of you who might not be aware, it's a really large and a really big system that needs to be modeled and considered at all times. And this falls within the trend of smart grids. Ultimately, one of the points that we brought in also always together is this intelligence making. So to have decision making, we need to understand what are the systems, we need to model them properly. And now we're diving ever more into the data business, where we have more and more data, and we are data prone to have applications there. So forecasting, machine learning, artificial intelligence is something that we deal on every day for the energy application. That's why in our team we have electrical engineers, we also have mathematicians, we also have programmers, all of them tied together, explore all of these areas. And we also have other ways of providing tools for the optimization of the systems that we have. We have a lot of experience of stochastic optimization because a lot of the problems that we need to solve are not simple. So they are complex problems to solve, and sometimes we need to balance the optimization that we need with the time we have and the computational capabilities we have. So as I mentioned, we also dive into predictive maintenance and asset management. Sorry. For those that follow, Little Britain, computer says no. I don't know. Oh. Okay. Let's put it all together. Let's put it all together because it's easier this way. Okay. So besides this part of predictive maintenance, we also have the part of integration of massive resources that we have in the grid. Energy efficiency overall, it's also a concern that we have. And we need to tie this with 2 things. The last one being probably the most important, which is this marketplace for energy services, which is, after all, what we are discussing here today. But in the meantime, one of the things that's clearly important and it's worthwhile mentioning is that whenever we're dealing with specific systems, we need to deal also with cybersecurity. And that's also one of the competencies that we need to have from the energy side, because being able to interact with large systems, we need to ensure that we do it in a secure way. Okay, so for the second slide, let's start this way. So what it is that I'm about to speak to you today specifically. So as Nuno mentioned, one of the points that we typically have to deal with is energy management in buildings. So one of the things that we started by developing back in 2014, when we had this crazy idea of building up a home energy management system, was to actually to make this proof of a concept that we could build a system that was computationally capable, but also cheap enough for people to be willing to invest 100 euros in purchasing one system that they would install in their households so they can manage their own appliances. Seems easy. It's not. So this is the ultimate goal, was to build a platform which is, again, cheap and cost-effective, or whatever you want to call it, but able also to include some of the developments that we do or we have been doing in the last years, which is to include modeling of the assets that we have inside our household. And take two examples, for instance, that typically we have always in our households. Electric water heating, which is something that we have an energy buffer that we can control. Shiftable appliances, dishwashers, washing machines, dryers. So this is the ground to which we started to prove that we could do something with this kind of assets that we have in our household. So we had to model, we had to create the computational basis to optimize this and to create this sense of a service. What was the service, may you ask? To optimize the energy use. What is the optimization of the energy use? Well, back then, two main drivers. One of them is price. So all of us would like to spend less energy in our households, although we don't actually know how much less we can have in our households, how much we can save. But that's the first driver. The second driver was, well, back then was a trend to become with decarbonization, which was to align the consumption with a form of production of energy locally. Easy to guess, PV panels. So we have PV panels, we have assets, and we have differentiated prices. Problem is that not everyone has PV panels, and not everyone has differentiated price tariff schemes. So that was the first brick wall. So we had to develop a basis for services where not everyone has PV panels. Back then, electric vehicles were still only affordable to some of you that had that privilege to purchase electric vehicles. So we had to deal with some of the ground stores, what could be the flexible assets there. So we actually managed to develop a solution that was based on this, well, I must say now, a quite ugly box, but it has a purpose for you to understand what is this service. So the ground was to have a service for energy optimization inside a household, and we need to find ways to pass on this information to the end user for him to take some decisions on that. So we had to understand that there was a profit to be made or a savings to be made and something that he could take a decision on without actually being told specifically do this unless. So we've created this infrastructure that basically had an interface, and this interface was locally, and do remember that although the process went through 2014, it came from a planning like 3 years before. And in-house home displays were the trend back then, which was people wanted to see in their home automation, how much am I having in terms of temperature inside? How much is the outside temperature? So this was the ground for the development that we did. So basically, everything pointed out to having something as a service, as a platform, that had a local screen for people to interact. Long story short, it was a big failure because people couldn't care less about this display. They wanted to know about the information but not be troubled about it. So the first lesson learned about this service is the end user needs to be brought into the equation. So we need to understand what the end user was. Our second mistake was to have all of this planning done, I should say this, on electrical engineers alone, which basically look at the fun part of this, to have the part of the geeky side of it, to model and to have the implementation, actually questioning if the user would find it funny enough or challenging enough to do any sort of optimization there. There was the second brick wall, which was people couldn't care less about the technology. So they wanted to see something feasible, profitable there. So we tried to create all of this background and all of these applications there, but the success was quite limited. So as good engineers that we are, we insisted the second time. And so we created a second version of what we call the home energy management system. So the first time around, we showed that, okay, we can really build a cheap system, less than 100 euro. Just for you to have an idea, with off-the-shelf parts, we were managing to have this on 65 to 70 euros. With larger quantities, and if we actually developed the full solution ourselves, we were looking at something like 35 to 40 euros. So we already proved that this was possible to be cheap, so we created even more cheap and more simple. And actually, we cooperated with the colleagues from social sciences to understand how we should design the interface. And that was the real differentiating factor there. And since we are engineers, not exactly from social sciences and not exactly from front-end development, wanted to go to the geeky stuff, to have something underneath that was really cool. So we then create these notions of flexibility and how to model flexibility, but in a way that we present that to the end user in the sense that he wouldn't actually know it's being used in flexibility. He knows he has appliances there, that he can schedule the appliance according to preferences, and all the box would take care of all of the magic underneath and would suggest specific schedules to optimize there. So previously, we were saying, okay, do this way. And the second approach was, you should know that there's a better way of doing stuff. So if you're willing to be a piece in the puzzle, you should know that what you are losing. So the second step from our side was actually to go to this geeky stuff of modeling flexibility and say, okay, for you to take advantage of this, this is how much you're losing by not doing anything. So we were not expecting the user to be there, to do something the first time around, to be, let's say, techno-prone, but actually to be tech-aware, which means that they know it's there, they know they are losing, but they are not being forced to or coerced to have a specific action. And this was, in fact, the approach for the second time around. And we were more successful because then we were able to use infrastructure that we developed the first time around, which was based on open automation schemes. So something like any one of us can use, like OpenHab, and basically to make use of other functionalities like forecasting embedded in this system, where we would provide the end user with, let's say, the availability of resources for the next day and an opportunity for savings. And then it's up for the end user to take that opportunity or not. At the end of the day, what we will tell them is, okay, since you didn't do this action, this is the opportunity you lost. But it's not no harm done, no foul, because you would pay the same price. What we witnessed at some point was that users would become more engaged, saying, okay, I know that I've missed this opportunity. It's not drama. So users were not drawn away by drama, saying, okay, I'm not really understanding the platform. It's telling me that I'm losing this opportunity. It's just saying to me, if I did differently, this would be the added bonus. And since we are not happy with this, we tried the third time. And the third time, it's actually what we are doing right now on the Interconnect project with something completely different right now. So we already covered the infrastructure side. We already covered the part of the user interaction. And we're looking for something that right now is quite up to the agenda, which is interoperability. So if you want to replace anything that you have in your household, you need to do it in a transparent way. How did we do it that previously? Open automation. So we had to develop all of the tools, the APIs, the infrastructure to have open automation. We fit the pieces together. We had a nice GUI for the user to interact, and that worked. The problem is, every time that you have a new functionality, you need to redevelop that. What happened in 2018 is that other events happened, namely cloud-based systems appeared, with manufacturers widespread having apps, having cloud-based systems and cloud-based driven services that would allow us to build upon those services. So we had to go back on revisiting energy services on top of this. So basically what we had is to develop this information exchange, which previously was done based on automation schemes very well defined, such as open APIs and so forth, and to migrate towards semantic knowledge. This is actually an achievement that we're doing right now, which is basically exchanging information for energy services based on semantics, on sense of data. You may say, so that looks nice, but what's the ultimate goal? It's basically to show that you don't need to know the API. What we are proving right now is that we don't need to actually have a platform. We can have completely stateless implementation. We can do these services in a modular way, in a way that if we know the semantics for everything that we interact with each other, with a car, with an appliance, whichever the appliance is, HVAC, a dishwasher, and so forth, then it's up for the manufacturer to provide the translation towards their APIs. Let's talk in plain English or Portuguese. A car. You know that the car has a steering wheel. You know that the car has wheels, hopefully, 4 of them at least to drive. And many other characteristics. You don't need to know exactly what is the API responsible for showing you the information on your display. What is the function that steers the wheels? What you want is to steer the wheels. So you need to know semantically how to pass that information for someone else knows that you want to drive to steer the wheels. You want to drive forward or trying to drive backwards. So it's the same thing that we're doing in the interconnect. And what we're doing this right now is in a stateless way. what is the biggest advantage of this? It's actually energy services, like Nuno mentioned in his presentation, driven towards flexibility use, which is a trend now. Flexibility is everywhere, so we have several assets that can be aggregated, that can be explored separately in communities, in sets of participants, in even specific types of groups. And we have one specific game changer there, which is the electric vehicle. The electric vehicle is what allows you to cluster the same type of load with relevance to the system. What we are able to sustain here in terms of services for management that's different from what we did before is that we're not optimizing the whole house. So we're not saying you should optimize this for this specific goal. We're optimizing sets of assets. What does this mean? It means that if we want to use this platform with semantic interoperability, you can cluster the whole house, HVAC systems, water heating, white goods and appliances, your EV, or you can just cluster parts of it. You want to be part of a service that heats up your water based on your heating system that you sell as a solution for house A, B, C, and D, and you're just willing to be part of this service for water heating. And this is possible with semantic interoperability. You want to cluster your car with other of your neighbors to set a new service for car charging, for taking advantage of lower tariff schemes, you can do with this. And this is the principle, for you to connect, disconnect pieces of your system as a Lego-like approach, which is the building up of yet new services. So if someone wants to build a service based only on an electric water heater, they can do it and take advantage of that. We have one example in Interconnect, for instance, of a company that actually builds up a retrofitted system for electric water heaters to install there and just use flexibility of electric water heaters throughout different countries. For what? It's their business, but it's a service at the end they share with the customer. And the sharing is, I can offer you a way to refund you for your availability to have this asset being controlled by us. You still have hot water for your baths. And I can learn from that to actually heat up whenever you need it. That's a service. You want to have the EVs? Same rationale. I can be a company that clusters all together EVs from different households. So this is basically what we've been working so far. So moving from this crazy idea of cheap and local interfaces to now a stateless-based system, which is basically what will allow us to achieve full interoperability. So, long explanation already. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, any doubts, fire away.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. So, compared with the morning session, the idea here is now that we will have like a round table. So like a talk, a conversation, we'll have 30 minutes. We started a bit late. I think we can have 5 minutes, right, Madalena? Can we? Yes? Okay, so I have a bunch of questions prepared. We will not have time. Madalena also prepared some, but the idea is also that you also pose your questions, okay? So, but can I fire away the first one? So, because I'm also a geek, by the way, and I like this very much. But and even last week I was reading one real estate association saying that home automation, domotics, so forth is not even in the 1% of houses, and I imagine that those 1% is Alexa, turn off the lights or turn on the lights, okay? Which is not really, let's say, that impactful, especially if you use LED lights and so forth. So, considering that what we are saying about climate change, warming of the planet, should be now that we should take action, and we see here lots of projects, lots of development, but and I have a feeling that sometimes it's a bit too little, too late. Is it so? Are these solutions scalable? When can we see this across all households and making a real change, let's say, in the sustainability of our energy grids and network and so forth? This question is for both of you.
So I think the problem is the same with both projects, and I would say the majority of the projects that we have, that is changing from an idea to a real device, to real services that everyone wants. So I would say that this is the challenge of H2020 projects, and that is change something that is an idea to something physical. And we are dealing with something that I think is the scope of this conference, that is find services that persons want to use, and that is the goal, the main goal that everyone wants to achieve, I would say. And it's difficult to get there because usually in this kind of projects we are mainly focused on the technology parts, developing the device that we know that are already in the market, but transform it in something that could be installed cheaper, like David said before. It's difficult, and to provide something that is not only installed, people could interact with that and make use of it, earning something. I think it's the main engagement point, I would say. Maybe David could add something.
To the words of George about this part of home automation. It was a trend. Home automation began with something gimmicky, that we wanted to see something happening in our households, to be able to control our shades, because it was cool to do that, and we wanted to see remotely what was our house temperature, despite we were not there. But some of us have this need to see things moving and working on a tech-based. The question comes to the point, do we need all that to do something in our households? We need some of it, not all of it. In fact, how many of us know how to shade properly our buildings? How many of us know exactly what energy means? How much of us can quantify energy use in money? So it's not an easy answer, as Nuno was saying, but definitely we are able to at least extract some added value for the end user, which I believe these services are set to do. There are a lot of crazy ideas, and I'm saying this against myself, being on the research side, but this crazy thinking is what actually moves us on to think about the new services. But going back to the question from George, this home automation was there as a trend and so forth. What it allowed us to was to create this idea that it was possible to exert some sort of automated control towards the appliances. What we are now focusing on is on creating specific controls for something that has high value, a sort of a low-hanging fruit approach where people would value that. Again, for that to happen, many things need to unite together. But you can have it already based on smart appliances. Many of us, for many years already, can do some sort of smart programming in their appliances, like delayed start. The question is the hassle to go there and to program a delayed start for my dishwasher to start at the time where the electricity is cheaper. What we need to create is something that it's on top of what the user expects, needs, and wants, and tie that together with what we call it conveniency. The user needs to feel like all of this that he's doing, it's also convenient. I'm doing this because it's convenient, or it's cool because I'm clearly engaged in this. And I don't need to be involved in all of the faffle and all of the details of, okay, which one is better. And in fact, one of the approaches to these systems, it's not so much of looking always for the optimum, but rather on the achievable suboptimum, which means that smart appliances are there, remotely controlled EV charging, it's already there. HVAC systems controlled remotely are already there. What we need is platforms that can cluster all of this together and say, for this specific service, I can show you how easy it is to do without you being there at all times. And again, one of the things that we learn is by putting the end user at the center of this, as Nuno mentioned in his presentation, so this user-centric means that we try and understand what is the expectation of the end users, and we are, let's say, educational but not imposing. Say, okay, it's fine because you didn't want to use this advantage, it's okay, but so you know it, there's another way of doing this. And the next time the user gets more drawn to this, but the technology is already there. To answer your question, it's already there. What we need is smart services that can actually lend this idea to people. What they're doing has either a mission, an advantage, or something that they really, really value. That's being cool, being something tech-driven, but not all of us are tech-driven.
Okay, thank you. So, do any of you has any questions from the audience? So,
Okay, so this device and the application that comes with it collects data from our homes and what the energy is most to use it inside our own homes. I have two questions. Is this has applicability for large-scale situations like an industry, like a proper production line? And if it's and how the data and if the data would be, for example, collected in order to develop better energy consuming in the electrodomestics and the light situation. For example, if I notice that I spend much more with laundry, if this data could be sent to the washing machine producer, so they could optimize their production about the consumption of energy of the equipment itself.
Oof. I thought that your question about data was going in a different way, so we're still not there yet. But before passing on to Nuno, very clearly, taking the last part of your question, manufacturers already do that. Home-connected appliances, and if you read the fine lines, already allows producers, integrators to collect that information, which should be, again, I don't want to go into this discussion, anonymized, they need to be privately controlled and fully accessible and controlled in a way they can improve their products and their services. So that's already being done. This can exponentiate that, of course, but it can exponentiate in the sense that service providers can have access to other types of information, which results in the combination of assets that they can export further into the market. The question is, right now, we don't have a market of energy services yet, dynamic enough, so all of these features can be driven into these services for the end user. But there's one thing in your question that it's really important to understand. There are probably other ways of exploring services beyond just energy. One example, you can use data, and I'm not discussing the merits or the loophole that we may have on data usage, but let's say you use anonymized data from your household to detect from the grid side if you're subject to any kind of interruption. That's the kind of service that you have available for someone else, like a DSO, which is the operator from the grid, that typically only knows that something happens on the grid when you pick your phone and say, I have no power. And what this allows, this kind of system, is to explore other types of services. Like, for instance, you would be receiving a box in your household, cheaper than cost price if you purchase yourself, because you would supply this additional information for, let's say, grid operation, to improve the resiliency of the grid, to decrease the number of, I wouldn't call it blackouts, but let's say events on the grid, or try to understand more quickly and have the grid side responding quickly to that. So these are the kind of untapped secrets yet for services that go beyond this just energy management and energy optimization, which is, it's fine. We'll have it there, like optimization. But there's these two sides of it, Nuno can explain way better than I, which is from the DSO and retailer side, we need to have the proper dynamics for that. But there are other services that we can untap with that. And data-driven services, it's actually a potential that you see from many other applications. I won't even talk to you about Facebook and the like, but it's exactly that. It's to untap the value of data that we can focus for the next service. And these are the kind of services that we can benefit from this. What we have is the convenience of the user that knows he participates in this service. Of course, that we need to inform him what we are doing.
Okay, just to complement David, comments about that. Of course, data is nowadays one valuable asset, and of course we are dealing, since we are gathering data from the house, of course, there's some value there that could be used for other purposes besides the project that we are talking about, and could be used for services that we don't imagine yet, for sure. But the value is there and could be used in the future. And it is a really good asset in the terms of DSO David explained it really well. So it's one of, for example, in Smart2B, it's one of the objectives that we have. It's to sell the information that we have to the DSOs, not only in terms of giving them the flexibility that we can aggregate, having, I would say, a community in Smart2B, but also since we are getting information about the patterns in the houses, we can also make use of that information. Coming back to the initial phase of your question, that is about the type of buildings. This comes back to the user-centric approach that I think it's used nowadays in several projects that want to develop something that will be for persons. And in Smart2B, we are, since the users are different, the needs are different, we are testing different types of devices depending the type of the building. For example, we have 3 residential pilots that use EDP device that is commercial nowadays, but for non-residential buildings we need to use a completely different device because the type of devices that are in the buildings and also the data that we want to gather, it's different. So we are trying to adapt not only the type of data that we are gathering, but also the way that we are doing, developing different devices depending on the type of building and the user needs on that building.
Okay, more questions?
Good afternoon. Thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to ask, because I didn't understand clearly, how will you boost make the user uses these platforms to provide you data? What are the specific benefits for the user? And I didn't understand clearly if you provide any specific solution to the user gathering the information. I don't know if it's you just gather the information and the data, or if you provide any kind of solution. That's my question.
Okay, so the Smart2B concept is first to develop and install in the buildings devices that can gather data about energy consumption of several devices, like David said, washing machines, laundry, HVAC systems, hot water systems, I would say, the main consumers in buildings, and some kind of appliances or equipments that could be controllable, because you may know that not everything that you have connected to the grid could be controllable, or at least make sense to turn on or turn off, depending from several things. So this is the first part. Then we have all the intelligence in the system to optimize the operation of the buildings in terms of all the services that I explained. So we want to optimize the indoor comfort of the users. At the same time, we want to optimize the ratio between the energy production and consumption at some time of the day. So we are doing it at every moment of the day. But one thing that is and is in the center of the usage of this system, it's to make enabling the user to decide if he wants to proceed with some action or not. This is relevant. And in our case, we are also developing, I'd say, in the API, a rewarding system, like a gamification, in order to try to engage the users to interact with the system, giving them also some advice and tips and how to optimize and work with the appliances. This is I would say the main idea of this concept.
Okay, I guess your question was a bit based on skepticism, which is this working? Well, to answer you shortly, it is. To answer you a bit more prolonged, not so well as we would like to. But what we managed to achieve right now using these platforms, and we have actually been doing this in several projects. The first one that I mentioned, Anyplace and Integrate, had demonstrations on the field where we had end users like ourselves with flexible assets being controlled. Already mentioned washing machines, dishwashers, electric water heaters, and HVAC systems combined with PV generation panels, or PV panels. And two use cases we can usually cover there, which is to allocate the loads to reduce the carbon footprint, easy peasy, to align all of the consumption where we had the production of energy. What is not so easy is when to determine when the energy production will be, because it's all fine and well when you have no clouds. So you need to combine forecasting, modeling, and optimization. And that's done in this platform. So we have the models for the appliances, we have the background towards the optimization and restrictions, CO2 bounded, price bounded, and we are able to optimize and to offer these actions to the actual appliance in an automated way. So it works. The ugly truth of this is part of this only works if the user is engaged and participates. Two things that are easy to cover. PV generation, it's already there, and people want to have as much PV generation because they have either have a rebate or they are in a self-consumption place where they want to allocate all of the load to the PV system. And there's one specific load that allows that very easy to happen, which is electric water heating, which is already there, it's always on, always working. And that's easy to do. What's not so easy is for the other appliances. If you want to make use of a dishwasher, you need to have dishes there. You need to have program it there. The same goes for dryers, the same goes for washing machines. So what we are doing right now is try to potentiate those systems, because the rest of them, that's already there. For these systems, what we are taking is advantage. So what does our platform do? Takes a lot of these assets, optimizes the schedule for the next day, which may be multi-criteria, price-based, incentive-based, incentive being CO2 or otherwise, and then come up with the perfect schedule for the next days. Those that are already there, electric water heaters and PV systems, they can be directly controlled. The others, we assume that they will be there. And what we do in our system, we stand and wait. Will a smart appliance appear? When does it appear? To have let's say, the clothes washed. You have the clothes inside and you program to start it. The only thing that happens with that case is that the appliance doesn't start immediately. It goes into a pause state. And you capture that state and say, okay, we were expecting to have a dishwasher, washing machine, a clothes dryer, and it only appears to the party, the clothes dryer. It's within bounds. We can activate that with the bounds that we foresaw for the optimal schedule. Let's turn it on, or let's plan it for the next 2 hours or 3 hours. If it doesn't appear, then we'll wait again for the next day. So to answer your question, it does work, it does function, but there are some things to make it function that need the end user. And what we do right now is to be as less intrusive as possible, which is to take advantage of the opportunity. We can do that. This is part of math, this is part of modeling, this is part of optimization. And as far as I know, computers don't get tired every day. So they can do this anytime. And they just stay there because they know what can happen. And if it appears, then it decides on what to do. If it's still within the window of opportunity for the optimal schedule, we can take action. If it's not, we can initiate immediately because there's nothing else we can do. And we repeat this every day. So it does work. We shouldn't be so skeptical. It's not perfect because the end user needs to have a clear role there. I hope I answered your question.
Okay, about this kind of systems and talking about Internet of Things and this type of systems, what do you think is the role of security systems, and how must you invest in this kind of security? Because as a consumer, I'm afraid of that when I think about that.
Yeah, I would say that it's not my specialty to talk about this topic, but I can talk a little bit about the experience that we have since we installed in last month the first devices in one of the pilots, and we deal with this because The pilot is Santa Casa Misericórdia, that have the lottery game. And since we install, all the cybersecurity team call us what is going on, why they are installing device in their homes, and we cannot be done at all. So after several conversations and demonstrate that we are our platform, of course, need to be prepared to deal with these cybersecurity things. And in the last months, of course, we have several cases that occur in Portugal related with this. So it's a real issue, I would say, that every platforms and every cloud-based systems needs to deal with. And I think that's what I can add to the topic.
I don't really want to talk about this. It's not. I can share two thoughts on that. So I'm not a cybersecurity expert, but I can share two thoughts on that. Shouldn't always assume that every system or any system that we have is fully secured, because typically we fall into this paradigm, which is we have very good locks at the door and then we leave the window open, which is always the problem. So it's always an issue that we cannot foresee everything, and we should learn from our mistakes. I can share one thing that even if you invest highly in security, that you can always find a jeopardy point at any time. You just need to find ways of dealing with that, because exposition will exist. What you need to mitigate is the impact that you will have on your system, which is not always easy to do. I can tell you about one story, which is about the first project, which is Anyplace, that we had a team from Austria, which was dealing very deeply with this cybersecurity, and we were insisting when we were specifying, and you need to remind that we were looking for a cheap solution. And cheap doesn't go very well with security, because if you're going cheap, then you're compromising on something, and you will say, okay, no, if there's a point where we don't need to cheap out, it's on security. So let's go ahead and purchase these keys that are ciphered keys, for all of the information to be ciphered according to these keys, because it will make this, I wouldn't say impossible, but really, really hard to be, let's say, hackable. And okay, we started doing that, and we make the whole development, all of the information exchange back and forth between the server-based systems, which was not cloud yet, but with our server-based system, with the units were signed by this key, which I cannot say the manufacturer, because, but anyhow, if you read the project, you will see the manufacturer. But the point is that we're thinking that all of this was secure until we received a message from the manufacturer saying our keys were violated. So the Austrian guys went, what the hell? So all of this is being violated. What are the impacts? And the thing quickly escalated on how to solve this issue. And back then, the belief was strong on having this key to encrypt all of the data, to find out 1.5 years afterwards that the manufacturer issued a warning that their code was violated. So one of the lessons that we learned from that event, of course we've corrected that. We issued new keys, we replaced the hardware because it was a physical hardware key to ensure security. But we never relied on absolute truths. What we made is really hard if you have access to a platform of doing something that you're not supposed to do. But still never assume that you're completely invulnerable just because you have security. Actually, one of the recommendations from that project was to use open source secure systems, because they are prone to be studied, they are prone to be validated by more teams, as opposed to this solution that we opted at the beginning was a closed solution by one manufacturer. So to answer your question, based on the experience, security is there until someone else finds a way of making it less secure. So we need to keep on evolving and make sure that the services are able to cope with that, to evolve, and to make sure that the impacts that you can have on your systems are as little as possible, and learn from your mistakes. We learned at least.
So thank you. Okay. So thank you for the interesting presentation and discussion. I was wondering, and on the one hand, I'm very pleased with the fact that so we are going beyond technology and all the care about the user and the interface. I was wondering if as I think that George was saying that, so George is a geek, I'm not a geek. So I'm the kind of person who I would love to have all the kind of stuff in my house, but I don't go, or I'm not willing and able to go through all the searching, gathering information about things I don't know, how I should plan, where should I go, how should I know what is better for me, and so on. So I was wondering, right now, and you are presenting a lot of super interesting ideas and services, that here you have a home energy management system, here you have photovoltaic panels, but I was wondering if we could go beyond or further into the design of a more holistic service solution where non-geeks can, okay, what is the kind of solution that I can have for my house? For example, given that I'm not building the house anew, what can I do? Who can help me on that? On choosing, understanding what I need, what is the best solution, how do I implement it, how do I make best use of it? So are we going in that direction? No, what do you think?
I can definitely cough on this one because I can answer this one, which is, okay, my understanding is to achieve that, it's to build what it's now a trend, to build services on top of services. And what is the point of making that work is to make the necessary distinction or the details of the service to the point that the end user perceives them as a benefit. Take a different example, for instance, video. There are geek people that will go into the internet to specific websites to collect all of the videos they want to see, their series, they want to see the movies, all legit. And there are those that are willing to pay for a service like Netflix, where they have everything there. They don't care about the geeky stuff of going to a website A, B, or C, legit as they are, to retrieve that information to see the video or to see what is the codec A, B, or C for that video. And there are others that just want to see the video. They want to see their series. So the idea is to build up this stack of services. So services on top of service. And I believe that energy as a service with a different shade that it may have can achieve that. So you can receive an offering at your household for a device that you install there that allows you to collect benefits without having to understand the minute details. You just know that I'm having a benefit, the company is having a benefit, and we mutually benefit from this system. So I'll subscribe that service because it's mutually beneficial. And even if you pay because you see there's an added value on that because it's more convenient to you. So I believe that kind of approach is based on as a service platform. You see it everywhere. And energy as a service is what can actually uncomplicate the reality for all users to have democratic access to energy management, energy efficiency, energy optimization, and so forth. So I really believe that as a service is the way to go. It's the same way like you're having your EV. You know that Tesla offers you a service for fast charging their charging systems. You don't know the details, but you know the offering. You understand the added value. It's a service on top of a service, and that's, I believe, will be the future in terms of energy services, this clustering of systems and services.
Just to conclude, and I totally agree with David, I just want to highlight two main sentences. That it was the energy as a service, that is, I would say, the main question here. And the second one, that is the mutual benefit. That's the opportunity to someone provides you something that will be used also for you. And I think that that will be the enable for the appearance of these kind of services that will, I would say, massify their usage. But I think we are a little bit behind that.
Okay, so before we are thrown out of the stage, I would like to end this session. I have so many more questions here, but never mind. One thing that I want to highlight is the amount of times that we heard the word service in this session. So, and also because of the issues of different pilots, scalability, the amount of work that we need to do in this area to make these services happen both for geeks and non-geeks and so forth, also to help solve the sustainability issues that we face nowadays. So it's a great area for for service-oriented students. So, and now to end, thank you very much to Nuno Mateus and David Rua for being here with us, and we'll go for the coffee break. Thank you.
Hello everyone, the coffee break will take place here again, right? Yep, it's gonna take place here again. For those who still wants, please continue to our little game just to engage more between yourselves. And at the end, we're gonna give you the results, okay?
Teste, teste. 2. 2, teste. Funciona. Estão a ouvir bem? Não. Boa, boa. So welcome back for the last roundtable of the day. So we'll start presenting the Professor Teresa Franqueira. It's a designer at the university and associated professor at the University of Aveiro. It's a designer and the director and scientific coordinator of the Design Factory Aveiro at the Creativity Science Park of Aveiro. Teresa is the international coordinator at DESI's network, Design for Social Innovation and Sustainability, and as the founder and coordinator of the research group ID Plus DESIS Lab from 2011 till 2018. Teresa is also senior researcher at ID Plus Research Unity at University of Aveiro and the University of Porto. Her research interests focus on themes related to product service design, design thinking, social innovation, circular economy, and alternative scenarios towards more sustainability, economics, and social models. In the last years, she was the local coordinator for international Erasmus Plus projects and was involved in the other European research and Erasmus projects in the thematics such as education for creative thinking, such as for social innovation, for circular economy, and sustainability.
Hi. Hello, thank you, Diogo. Hi, everyone. I don't feel very comfortable here because I'm a designer, so I'm not an engineer, even though I have studied here for 1 year mechanical engineering. Then I said, no, this is not for me. And then I returned some years late to study my master in industrial design, also here. So it's good to be back here, but in a different context. So what I'm going to talk about, it's completely different of what you have been talking about here today. I want to talk a little bit about the idea of design, and design sometimes has to deal with this idea of aesthetics and desire and beauty. And when I was studying, in fact, I thought that we were designing a lot of products that are beautiful, they are well designed, and we need those kind of objects in our life because they make us happier and makes the world more beautiful. But at the same time, I thought, okay, all of these products that we use in our daily life, because we are designing the artificial world where we are living in, they are also very unsustainable. So if we are creating this unsustainable world, maybe we can create also a more sustainable one. So there are different strategies for doing that. And of course, what I understood some years ago was that this consumption society where we live and we are part of, it's the responsible for our behaviors. But of course, it's difficult to ask each of us to start consuming because we are cultural beings and we were born in the consumption society. So we are used to consume, and if someone says stop consuming, it's like stop breathing. So how can we make some more interesting decisions when we are consuming products and services? And during that period, eco-design was one of the things that appeared, how you can create some strategies to design better products, but everything was concentrated on products, not on this idea of services, for instance. And so we know in the 60s, for those who are dealing with sustainability, that Rachel Carson wrote the book Silent Spring, where she talked for the first time about the impact of pesticides in agriculture. So it was the first time someone talked about the idea of we are polluting the world. And then in the 70s, the Club of Rome and the Limits of Growth have brought also the idea that we were behaving and consuming more than we could or the planet could afford. And then in the 70s, Vítor Papanek, which is a huge reference in design and I think in some other disciplines, he wrote the book Design for the Real World, where he brought for the first time the ethics, the idea of social design to the design community, and since then it is still a huge reference in design. Although in the 80s, I have to point to the wall, okay. In the 80s, we had the Sustainable Development definition with the Brundtland Report and Our Common Future, and everything is concentrated on people and on the next generations. It's like how we are living, how is the next generations will be living if we continue to live the same way we are living in. And then, of course, with the sustainable design in the 90s, more or less, we were talking about, okay, we don't need to own things. We can share things. We can rent some things. We don't need to own all the things that we need. And so this idea of service design started appearing, but mostly the sustainable design, which was a little bit more strategic and more holistic than the eco-design, because it was very focused on product sustainable design, what was much more holistic. And I think we all have this, and we have been talking about technology. We have a great faith in technology, like something that will erase or undo everything we have been doing wrong. But we know that it's not like that. Unfortunately, it helps a lot, but sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not so good. But technology can help, besides other things, trying to fix some of the problems we have been creating. So these digital platforms that we have today, and with the pandemic, there are a lot of digital platforms that helped us even socialize during the lockdown period. Some are good, some are not so good. But they also gave rise to this sharing economy. We know the Airbnb and the Uber and all of these, the car sharing. All of these are possible because of technology and this kind of digital platforms. And of course, service design, it's needed when we are talking about the services and not only the products, because there isn't a product without a service, there is no service without a product, so they need to coexist. And during, I think till the beginning of the 2000s, there were no education on service design. So designers, they didn't know how to design a service, because designing a service is much more complex rather than design a product, for instance. And so design thinking that I think most of you have heard about, and it's very popular among business because we have this innovation process that is completely different from the one that you use in engineering, for instance. And usually it's about collaboration, it's about co-creation, it's about people. We have listened in the other session about users, the importance of putting the user in the center of our development. But sometimes we think about the clients and we are not thinking about the users. And this is a good example. When you have this mobile for kids, the parents that are the consumers, they love it, but the child, what they see, it's the bottom of the animal. So it was not designed for the user, clearly. So sometimes we need also to understand what are the users and involve the users since the beginning in this co-creation process. So besides talking about users, now we are talking also about the impact that we have in our community. It's not us alone as a user. We have links and impact on all the community and the society. So we need to think far beyond the user, and that's why nowadays we are talking about also the human-centered design and this Anthropocene and post-Anthropocene, to think about the planet rather than just thinking about people, because in the planet we have animals and we have also non-human beings. So this emergency of the climate change and our footprint, that most of the time we don't know how to measure our footprint, but every day since we wake up till we go to bed, we have a footprint that it's interesting if we know what is that footprint. And we have some information. Imagine all the population that don't have literacy and they can't understand their behaviors every day on a daily basis, let's say. And so I brought some images about our daily behaviors, like fashion, for instance, the fast fashion industry that we know is one of the most unsustainable industries in the world. We also have this amount of garbage that we produce every day. We have these single-use plastics also that we use. It's impossible to go to the supermarket to buy something without buying a single-use product, single-use plastic packaging. Also, we have this this problem of also the waste, tech waste. It needs to end somewhere because we are always replacing our computers, our iPhones, because we need the latest model, but it ends somewhere, this garbage. Also the food waste, that is an important issue that most of the people don't like to talk about, but 42% of our food waste is produced in our houses, not in restaurants or hotels. So there are some data about the quantity of waste that we produce in our own homes. I have here some examples of services that are nowadays. Jerónimo Martins is creating a service for the zero waste. ReFood, I think most of you know this business. Also Too Good To Go, this app. So there are a lot of services nowadays that are designed for not zero waste, but to create the latest one. I have this interesting case. It's a restaurant created by a group of designers in the Netherlands with a designer that usually she calls herself a eating designer because she designs food. It's Marie Volgenzang. And they created this restaurant. It's Go Slow. I don't know how many of you know the concept of slow food that was created in '86 by Carlo Petrini, and the idea was to create fair food with fair prices for the local producers, also to have fair food for everyone and clean, and so the idea was to create a restaurant where the opposite of fast food, like McDonald's, etc. And the idea was to have a slow service, to have to eat slow, to taste slowly, and so everything in this restaurant was with this slowness in mind. The people that were serving were elderly people, so the service was really slow. And they were preparing also the food. And the interesting thing that you see there, the plates, they are in wood. And what they have in those plates are the miles, the food miles that the food to be on your table has to do. And the amount of pollution that we create when we eat, it's incredible, because I'm a responsible consumer. I usually prefer to buy local food. I prefer a Portuguese tomato instead of Spanish tomato. But if we know how many miles the food make, of course, if I want to eat a mango, I need to buy a mango that comes from Brazil. But there are a lot of food that we can eat locally. And here what they do is that they put a huge amount of food if the miles are shorter. If the food comes from far away, they put less quantity. So it's also a way to teach people to be awareness about the food miles, so we can eat more quantity if it's from a local producer, and we eat a small amount of food if it comes from Chile or other places. This is another interesting case that started during the pandemic. I have a movie to show you here about it's described better, and you will understand. We have to put also the sound.
Because it's not got any power steering, so, and it's an incredibly heavy vehicle, so it can get a little bit hectic. Washing up liquid. You put 500 on here. Do you want me to fill this? Yeah? That's absolutely fine.
Oh, is this new?
This business is new. This is what, we did a crowdfunder in April.
It's brilliant. It comes to you rather than you having to remember to take containers out with you if you're going out, because I very often mean to go to a local top-up shop. There are a few around, but whenever I'm passing, I never happen to have a container on me. Whereas if you know what time it's coming and which street it's going to be on, you can just grab your containers and take them with you to the top-up truck.
it's just such a sort of design flaw, really, the way we're kind of tearing through plastic. So I had a few sort of ideas of how we could eliminate sort of packaging waste from the supply chain, sort of buzzing around my head. And I guess during the pandemic, everyone was sort of deprived of any sort of social interaction. So I thought it'd be really nice to do something that's both to do with plastic reduction and is a sort of community experience as well. So it sort of made sense to do that on an electric vehicle, a milk float, and kind of bring those things together.
So that's it. We can stop the video and get back to the presentation. And I'm going to show you another idea. That is the Veja sneakers? Maybe some of you have a Veja sneakers. But do you know the history behind Veja sneakers? No? That's interesting because I want to buy a Veja sneakers because of the history of Veja sneakers and not because they are fashion right now. But let me go to this. So this is a very interesting project. The video, it's like 8 minutes, but I think it's worth it to see and to understand how is it possible to create a business that it's sustainable, social. It has all the things that you can say, okay, check, check, check. So if we can see the video.
In 2003, we were 25 years old and were visiting a Chinese factory, following a social audit for a French fashion brand. We spent 3 days among the workers. They looked pale and tired, but the factory was clean, and the working conditions seemed pretty good. Everything went well with the audit, until we asked to see the living quarters. At first, the direction refused, but after insisting and arguing, they opened the doors.
We found ourselves in the 25 square meter room where 32 Chinese workers were sleeping together, stacked in 5-level bunk beds, and in the middle of the room, only a hole that served both as a shower and a toilet. On that day, we realized globalization had gone wrong. These workers were making the clothes we were wearing every day, clothes that people we knew, our families, our friends were wearing every day. Something had really gone wrong.
In 2003, big companies were already throwing around concepts like sustainable development. But it was all talk, with no real action to back it up.
Meanwhile, we'd been working with Tristan Lecomte, who had just started Alter Eco, the first French brand for fair trade. He was making orange juice, tea, rice, coffee and chocolate, working directly with producers and farmers around the world. We audited the cooperatives he was working with, and for us it was a revelation.
We saw firsthand how fair trade changes the economy, making it a little different, more balanced, how it pushed for fairer exchanges between producers and consumers. So after working for international corporations and for Tristan, we went back to Paris. But instead of diving into the internet like the rest of our generation, we thought we should try and reinvent a product.
But not just any product, but the most symbolic object of our generation. We wanted to deconstruct it and rebuild it differently. And it was obvious to us that this object was going to be a new brand of sneaker.
So why sneakers? Because we loved them. We were wearing sneakers every day. And as a consumer product, it stood as a symbol for our generation. We were the ones wearing sneakers in the 90s, when they became massively popular and went from sport fields to the streets.
But this is also one of the most interesting products on an economic level, because it concentrates the most advertising spendings. Actually, fiction had taken over reality. When you buy a pair of sneakers from a big brand, 70% of its cost goes to advertising and communication, and only 30% goes to raw materials and production.
That's what Veja is all about. We thought if we gave up advertising, we could make sneakers that were 5 times more expensive to produce, yet still offer them at the same retail price as the big brands.
We could reallocate advertising resources to production, raw materials, and the people who make the sneakers. Producing sneakers that do respect the environment, sneakers with greater economic justice, simply by removing advertising from the equation. Sounds great, right?
So here we are. In 2004, we're 25 years old. We have no money, but we want to try. We're lucky enough to have loving families. Lucky enough to have a good educational background. So if we don't give it a try, who will? Worst case, we fail. But we would still have a place to live. and a chance to start over. So we fly to Brazil, because it's a country that has all the raw materials we need and factories that protect the workers. And it's a country where everything seems possible. A country that welcomes with open arms those who are willing to try.
The purpose of this trip is to break down the sneaker and start over from the raw material all the way to the finished product and try to change each production stage to have a positive impact on the environment and society.
So we end up in the Amazon rainforest with the seringueiros. Those are communities that live in and from the forest, without destroying it, without cutting trees down, but trying instead to live in harmony with it.
And we start working with them. At first, it's a bit complicated. We are gringos who barely speak Portuguese, and we are in the middle of the jungle. Every day gives us 1,000 reasons to lose hope, but we keep going.
We explain that we want to create an incredible product and make it differently, and they trust us. Day after day, we learn to work together, and this wild rubber they harvest from the rubber trees becomes the cornerstone of our sneaker. It represents 40% of all sneaker soles we've made since.
Then we leave for the Brazilian Nordeste by the Atlantic coast, a very arid and poor part of Brazil. It's hard for anything to grow there. But this is exactly where we met organic cotton producers, very small cooperative of 35 producers supported by a local NGO. In fact, they grow organic cotton without fertilizers or pesticides. But it's more than just organic, it's agroecological cotton.
Conventional agriculture uses chemicals and tends to damage the soil over the long term. In Brazilian Nordeste, we discover the principles behind agroecology. It makes the soil richer after the harvest instead of harming it.
In the first contract, we paid twice the market price. They didn't understand. They thought it was strange. They called us the Os Franceses Locos, the crazy French.
But they finally agreed, and we bought 3 tons of organic cotton, and that became the upper of our first sneakers. 3 tons of organic cotton bought according to fair trade principles. We pay for crops in advance, at a price set in a 3-year contract. In other words, when they plant a cotton seed, they already know how much they're going to sell 1 kilo.
We keep following the production path and find ourselves in the south of Brazil, in the Porto Alegre sneaker factory. It's a developed region similar to Europe, with strong social rights. The workers do reasonable hours, and 82% of them are unionized. And that's where we decide to manufacture our sneakers.
After that, the 4th step of Veja is Bonneuil-sur-Marne, in the suburbs of Paris, where we meet with a social reintegration organization that eventually becomes our logistics provider, meaning they receive the containers, store the sneakers, take care of our online store, and dispatch the shoes all over the world.
Obviously, it was a bit difficult at first. We had to spend a lot of time on the ground with them and invent everything together. But over the years, they've become an incredible partner, and we continue to grow together.
We keep going, and a few years later, we decide to launch leather sneakers. Not with regular leather, but a leather tanned with vegetable process. At the same time, with the factory next to São Paulo, we develop a new kind of fabric that's entirely made from recycled plastic bottles.
It's called B-mesh, and it's more expensive than the regular materials used in the shoe industry. The plastic bottles are picked up from the streets of Rio and São Paulo before being crushed into flakes. Then they're shipped to a Brazilian factory where they turn the flakes into fiber.
This is the heart of Veja, connecting great projects to one another.
In 2005, we sell our first sneakers, and it's a success. The Parisian department stores buy them right away, and stores start calling from all over the world. The adventure becomes a business, Veja grows, and 10 years later, we're a team of 60 people with an office in Brazil, another in France, and we're happy.
We sell in 50 countries around the world. We've sold more than 2 million pairs of sneakers since we began, and we didn't start from much. But we have a foot in several worlds: fashion, fair trade, organic farming, design, social inclusion, factories, travel, cotton fields, the Amazon. But there's a common thread in everything we do: transparency.
This is the meaning of Veja. In Portuguese, Veja means look. In our minds, it means look through your sneakers. Look at what's beyond.
Eventually, we realized that even though we make a very transparent product with a positive impact, the company itself was not transparent enough. We felt we needed to change Veja from the inside out.
So we start changing our suppliers. For instance, we choose banks that have no branches in tax havens, and we change our power supplier to Enercop, who provides green electricity collected from small independent producers.
In 2009, we start posting our limits on the Veja website. Everything we do wrong, we post it. We publish everything, and we love it.
And that's precisely what we are going to continue doing in our future projects. Keep improving step by step and stay faithful to what we are and to what we'd like to see happen in the world.
We love this transparency that drives us to do a little better each time. Because changing the world has become a buzzword. Even Google or Amazon use it every day. So instead of trying to change the world and the people in it, we stick to what we believe in. Being even more transparent, improving the consistency of our projects, and make solutions happen. And instead of trying to convince everybody, we start with ourselves.
Thank you. I think this is a good example. How is it possible to create all the idea of a business that is sustainable, it's fair, it has social inclusion. And the other day, I was in Paris, and these two pictures were taken in Galeries Lafayette, and they have this huge container where you put your sneakers, veja, they repair. Nowadays, you know, there is in the European Commission the right to repair, so all the electronic components have to be repaired, at least during 10 years. I think it's 10, not sure if it's 10 or 20. But this idea that we can repair the sneakers, and the ones that they can't fix it, they are recycled. So they continue having these kind of services. I had another video, but I'm not going to show because the idea is a little bit the same. And so what we were talking about, this idea of being people-centered, that design has not user or human-centered, that is life-centered and planet-centered. Nowadays, there are some people using personas. I think you know what is a persona that is usually used in marketing. They are trying to use non-human personas. So when we are developing a product or a service or a product service system, we need to think about also the non-humans that are in the planet. Like, for instance, this is the Baltic Sea. So you can create or the Douro River or the Atlantic Ocean, and then you can put, as you put in the human personas, what are the needs, what are the limits. And when you have this kind of focus, when you are developing a service or a product, in fact, you remember that all the things that we do have an impact also in the planet. It's not only to think about ourselves when we use a service that we were talking about. It's important to involve users, but we need to go beyond the user, beyond the human, and to think about non-humans. And that's it. Thank you.
So next we're going to have Professor Lia Patricio, as we all know it. He's associated professor at the University of Porto. Her research focuses on service design, service innovation and customer experience, particularly in technology-enabled services, value networks and service ecosystems. She coordinated the project with the Portuguese Ministry of Health with the design of the Portuguese electronic health records. And she was principal investigator of the service design for innovation Marie Curie network. Lia Patricio is associated editor of Journal of Service Research and Journal of Services Marketing. She is global faculty member of the Center of Services Leadership, Arizona State University, and academic scholar at the Cornell Institute for Health Futures.
Thank you. So I know that this is the last presentation and the last session, so I brought just a few ideas. Yes, okay. So I think we have had some. Ao contrário? Ah, ok. É de. Sai seta para baixo? Não, seta para baixo. E contrata. Não. So I think that we have had throughout the day a wonderful set of presentations about the different aspects, the different dimensions of sustainability. And I would like to start with the Sustainable Development Goals because there is so much to do. So from poverty, from climate action, from the land and life below the water. So this is a starting point, and I think that we all can look at this and see how many urgent things we should do. So what I would like to bring here to this short discussion, so instead of focusing on one specific area, would be how can service science, management, and engineering contribute, and think about what the students from mastering service engineering, researchers, practitioners working around these areas can do. And I would like to bring here some ideas about that. So one of the ideas is, so what can service research and service science, management, and engineering do? And one of the things is that whatever we do to make the service sectors more sustainable, it's an important contribution because of such relevance and large impact that the service sector has. So you know that the service sector, if we think about healthcare, education, retailing, banking, tourism, all sorts of the traditional service sectors, they represent nowadays around 70 to 80% of the production and employment, and I bring here Europe and the US, but in many other countries at a growing pace. And so one of the ideas is that if we can somehow bring, and I think that this is something that Professor José Faria talked today, is that we need to bring more sustainability into our everyday lives and our everyday profession as service engineering and managers, because whatever we do in the service sector has that kind of impact. But I would also like to bring here, and I'm glad that I follow Professor Teresa Franqueira's talk, that service has, and service science has also a kind of transformative approach. So, and I think that especially if we think about service engineers and managers, so we are action oriented. We are not only, and designers as well, and from that perspective I think that we share a lot in common, is that we want to do things. We want to develop technologies. We want to make services that work, that create value, that are used by a large number of okay. What does service and the service perspective and service science and engineering has to bring? On the one hand, this service logic that I think that we have discussed during today, that it's not just a technology, but you focus a lot on, okay, whether it's a product, whether it's a service, whether it's a combination of both, how can I develop something, a solution that enables multiple actors to co-create value? And I'm glad that Professor Teresa Franqueira bring that idea of multiple actors, and why not thinking about rivers, the environment as an actor, as all the human actors as well. I think that we need to go beyond the human centricity to also include the planet. Also, the service systems view. I think that whenever we think about service, we think about service systems. We think about how this technology works together with people, with other actors, with the processes of co-creating value. So we are always thinking about systems, and bringing that system perspective, I think, can help us view the larger, or have a larger perspective. Also, it's quite interdisciplinary, and I think that particularly here, as we are at an engineering school, I think, and even with designers, I think that service science, management, and engineering can leverage, can unleash the power of technology developments to explore how can we create value out of this? How can we have impact socially, environmentally, in terms of sustainability? And also with this broader perspective of how can we acknowledge, because this is something that we also bring to these service systems, is that it's not just the technology, it's also the social structures and our mindset. So those institutions which are the rules, norms, and beliefs that we take for granted, and for example, are so hard to change. For example, if I have all the technology at my house that can enable me to become so much more sustainable, but I have those ingrained habits, cultures, beliefs about things that I cannot change. So how can we leverage on the service perspective to be transformative, to foster system transformation towards more sustainable and desired pathways? So I think that I would like to bring some now two examples. So one, and I'm glad that we follow also the discussion in the energy sector, because I think that energy transition is one of the richest, interesting sectors to think about transformation, because it's not just the technology, and we have many technology developments. As we can see, we can have the smart appliances, we can have the smart home energy management systems that we thought we can be connected to renewable energy production and to the grid. Now we can have the electric vehicle, which we now have energy storage. And all of a sudden, we have a lot of technologies, but maybe with the service, and I think that the discussion we had here today, when you had services on top of that, and as a service, and you think about this as a system to enable customers to co-create value and have this service system level, then we can foster this energy transition. So both for geeks like Jorge Teixeira and for laggards like me. And I yesterday, with all this technology, I was doing a presentation about this to India, and they were asking me, so maybe the utility companies, because 90 or more than 90% are the laggards and not the geeks, maybe they won't be, let's say, encouraged, or they won't have the motivation to change their way of providing the services. But the point is that because we are in this ecosystem, maybe someone else will come. So the non-incumbents may jump in and maybe offer me the kind of full service that I was aiming at. So I think that this fostering and trying to gain a deep understanding of the system and the service system of people, of technology, of communities, of the planet can bring and can unleash the power of this technology for the energy transition. So I think we can do so much on the connection of technology and people and of the planet. And I would also like to bring the second example, which we haven't discussed today, which is tourism. So tourism is one of these traditional service sectors. And it is interesting because for some time now, we have heard about the unsustainable tourism that we have. We are all guilty, I guess, okay? We have all taken a low-cost flight for a couple of days to a place far away that is super crowded, like Venice, and it's so unsustainable. So we know if you want to buy a house in Porto downtown, you know that this is unsustainable, because then people cannot afford to live downtown anymore. So all of a sudden, we had so many calls about the unsustainability of tourism, and we said, oh, there's no other way. There's no other way. And all of a sudden, in 2020, we found that there was another way. Because when we had the lockdown, we saw that it was possible, it's costly, it's a big change in our habits, but it is possible not to travel. I found that. I had been traveled like crazy for the past years, and all of a sudden, for 1 year, I didn't fly. And I was like, oh, this is possible. I never thought it was possible anymore. And the left-hand side picture is of Venice and the clear waters that you could see after some time without tourism. But the interesting point, or not so good point, is that this is one of the super cited. It was published in 2020, and it has more than 1,000 citations. It's an article where Mariana Sigala, who is a very well-known expert in tourism research, was saying, come on, let's take the opportunity of COVID-19 and let's not go back to where we were before. So this is an amazing opportunity for us to shift our mindset and to really rethink that tourism is a result, but also responsible for highly interconnected global world, pollution, waste, and climate change. Let's leverage on this opportunity to make a big change and challenge our growth paradigms and assumptions and do something different. So you think in 2021, wow, this will be a big change, and now I have to confess that I have already booked some flights. Have you? So the first time that the flights were open, we were all looking and, okay? And what we in fact are seeing is going back to where we were before as fast as we can, okay? So I was thinking if we could do something better with this service perspective, and I have to say that this is something that I'm working on. How can we change the shift of mindsets, and how can we bring something about that? So how can we bring new services, leveraging technology to do something different? So here is one example, David Attenborough. And as you know, the Great Barrier Reef and the coral reefs are endangered. So there are even people rushing to go to see the barrier reef because they know it will end. So, and at the same time, that rush to go to see the barrier reef is also responsible for its destruction. So more flying, more all sorts of diving and so on. You use the screen, the sunscreen that damages the coral reefs. And so David Attenborough, with the help in trying to go away from this unsustainable tourism experiences, they built an interactive experience where you can go, you can see the barrier reef, you can know more about the process. So if you want to go to the YouTube, you will find all the experience. So I think that this is a way to think differently. But okay, I know it's not the same, okay? I know it's not the same, but let's think differently. Let's question our assumptions if we want to really reach transformation. So what I would like to bring here is yet another super example, and I love this example, like the Veja. But this is more around shifting your mindset around sustainability and the planet. And here is Jeff Bezos and Richard Branson. So the new hype is space traveling, super sustainable, as you may think so, okay? And in fact, we have been even with Ukraine leader was asking Elon Musk, so while you're trying to travel around the earth, we have other problems to solve down here. Okay, so, and why are they so, let's say, fascinated by traveling through space? And one of the reasons is the overview effect. So I don't know if you heard about the overview effect. This was an effect that is, let's say, when you develop an instant global consciousness, a people orientation, a dissatisfaction with the state of the world when you're out there. So this was started to be reported by astronauts when they started navigating around Earth and looking at the Earth from a different perspective. If you go and search more for the overview effect, that means that the first thing you try to do is to locate your country. Where do I live? So first day. Second day, wow, there are no frontiers. Third day, wow, this is so fragile. We are so small after all. When I'm down there, I think everything is immense, so nothing is finished. So it's so big. But when I see the Earth from here, so and this is the overview effect that is mind shifting. So all of a sudden you realize that the Earth is so little, is so small. And this is fascinating, but also very interesting. So how can we develop through service for sustainability transformative experiences for a paradigm shift? So this is an area where you can find, if you look for transformative experiences, when it's an experience that changes you enough to substantially change your point of view, to the substantially revising your core preferences, all of a sudden you change. And this has been reported that if you have that overview effect, you become much more sustainable. So let me show you this project. And again, thinking about, so let's go to the space to become more sustainable. But going to space is so unsustainable. So maybe we could, if we could see the video of this project, the Buzzworld, which I think is amazing. So using what we have in technology to really create this amazing transformative experience. Let's see what they do. This is not a project I'm in, unfortunately. I would love to be.
Operating normally.
Oh my God, look at that picture over there. There's the Earth coming up. Wow, that's pretty. Oh, that's a beautiful shot.
Can you guys see this? Yeah, seriously.
Consider again that dot. That's home. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives on a mote of dust, suspended in a sunbeam.
I'm excited to share my personal experience with the next generation and offer them a new perspective on our planet. We are all astronauts of Spaceship Earth. Join us.
Thank you. I'm going to pass to Professor Gabriela. She's going to moderate the table.
So I don't think I have much time, but I think the two presentations were super interesting. I think it gave to all of us a lot of things to think about, and I hope especially for you, young people. So in the audience, does anyone have a question for? I'll start with the younger. So Madalena, please. So to you.
So when we think about companies that are worried to be more sustainable, and I believe that is quite interesting when we think about non-human design. But are really companies interested to be more sustainable or to sell more and being perceived as sustainable? Because, for example, we have cups that are made with paper, but most of them have a plastic film. And in that way, they can be recycled, but the plastic cups can be. But they are perceived like sustainable because most of people don't know that. So are the companies real important, give importance to sustainability, sorry.
We all know that exists the greenwash. We saw it on COP26 in Glasgow. There was one of the topics that were debated, the idea of these companies that want to have this green attitude without having it, because there is, like you, a Generation Z, the millennials. You were born already in this environmental crisis, and you are much more aware of these sustainable issues rather than some other generations. And you can see with Greta Thunberg, for instance, she started this movement that I think none in our generation has started. So I think that companies, they know they have to be more sustainable. Some of them, they are truly aware of this. There are some that are not. The case of Veja, I do like to think they are genuinely aware of these issues. But of course there are some others that start as a good thing. And just to link with Professor Leah, Airbnb, for me, it was one of the most interesting services that started with this idea that if I have a home, I can share it with someone that can use it. And now we know how unsustainable is Airbnb. The same is for Uber. Like, I have my car, I can give a lift to someone. Nowadays we know that it's completely subversive, the idea that started. So there are some companies that start with good intentions, and afterwards when they scale up, maybe they are not so sustainable as they started. But I think companies will have to start thinking about sustainability, or because there are some laws about that, or because they will lose a huge part of the market because people start not buying those products. One of the slides that I showed where it said consumption, all those images are from Adbusters. Adbusters is a group that has a website, and they do boycotts to all the companies that use, for instance, child labor, and they start these movements, and you can not buy, and not buying is as powerful as, for instance, voting, because we have the power to choose, and if we don't buy, they don't sell, and if they don't sell, so economy rules a little bit the things. But I like to think there are a new generation of entrepreneurs that are starting this business that are more sustainable. But we had to greenwash, and we will always have, because there are people that are just looking for profit. And I don't know if you want to add something to this.
Yes, maybe I would add one thing to reinforce is that €1, 1 vote for those companies. And I think it is important. That's why I think this mind shift is important. The other point is that I think, on the one hand, each individual, each euro that you buy is a vote that can contribute to a sustainable or an unsustainable business. The other point is that I think it is a system. So I think that we cannot think that companies alone will wake up and decide that they need to be sustainable. I think that we see a trend, even with companies and associations of sustainable business and going beyond corporate social responsibility and becoming more proactive. But I think it's an ecosystem thing. So you need to change the whole ecosystem, the regulations, the infrastructure. Because even, let's say, I started, for example, a very small thing that now I can separate the compost waste, compostable waste, but if I don't have that infrastructure, I cannot use it. So I think that we need to think about the whole ecosystem around, because individuals are much less powerful than when you start to build the infrastructure, the regulations, the companies. So I think it's an ecosystem thing.
Okay, thank you very much. So I was thinking that the video of the Space Buzz triggered me something about the mindset, because we all agree that, okay, we need to be more sustainable. We all, first of all, so we all agree there is a climate change going on, which is something that, unfortunately, and I think an increasing part of the world, is not true. In the sense that we know fake news, we know that some political ideologies are growing, that, for example, French elections, 40-something% of French, it's a European, Central European country, voted for someone who wanted to take France out of the Paris Agreement. Some would not let their children participate in space, but because they feel that the Earth is flat. And I'm not joking, unfortunately. That's what's sad about it, is that I'm not joking. Do you, as in service research, we are now starting to tackle transformative issues. Do you see also a way to tackle this, so that the transformational experiences to take people out of their bubble?
Yes, thank you for that. I think it's a challenge where we can and we should work a lot on this transformation, because when I think about we need to make this transition and we need to have a kind of ecosystem perspective, that means, and I think that we have been working on that. If you want to really go to deeper level transformation and transitions, like shifting from energy sector that is basically focused on efficient, cheap. We are paying a lot for years of cheap energy and cheap products, because now we are paying with dependency. So, and that kind of questioning and shifting, I think if we have this kind of more systemic service engineering and service system perspective, it is important because it goes to that part. So if you want to design and to change a service system, you need to go to those deeper level beliefs that you have. And I think that there has been some interesting research in our area that will get to practice at some point. And one is, for example, and that also comes from design, the power of reflexivity. So first of all, we need to acknowledge those beliefs. And for example, to acknowledge that this is a belief that I have. This is not reality. This is something that I believe on. So I think that we have a lot that may come from service research that will turn into some practical implications on how we can use this system level perspective to change and to design these transformative experiences, either not only for children, but think about how we can apply this to work and in companies to make that change. The other thing is that I think that many, but this is another kind of discussion. I think that what we find in France and in the US and in everywhere is that we need to, but it is another, we need to really try to understand people. So at least from my perspective, when almost 50% of Americans vote Trump, they are not all bad people. So what is happening? And again, I think we have, in that case, a human-centered perspective in trying to understand, trying to put ourselves in the other shoes, and empathy, yes, even with the other side that you may fully disagree with.
So this was really interesting, but we have out of time. So I think that it really, especially for you that are on the service management course, that gives you a lot of things to think about. So how can you change the behaviors? How can you make more people more interested in sustainability, change their behaviors, become more aware? And how can you design service integrating technology? It is so available for everyone, and making people really making that changes and having this, because we have the power as consumers, how can people use that power to really change our individual behavior, our community, and our society? So I think this was really very interesting, and I thank both Professor Lear and Professor Teresa for these very, very interesting presentations, and I would like to end this session. So I give the word to you. Okay. So Lear, you have.
Thank you, everyone. Madalena. We would like, as an organization, to thank Madalena in special, because she put a lot of effort today, and she needs to be recognized. Of that, she deserves a round of applause. Come here. Thank you.
So I just want to say thank again to all of the speakers that accepted the invite to be here today, sharing their knowledge with us. I also want to thank you to Deji, Philip, and of course to Mesh, especially to Professor Lee and Professor Gabriela. I said this in the morning, but really it was a huge pleasure to learn with them. So thank you so much. And of course, I want to say thank you to Scand and Pontomark that offer us the amazing notebooks and pens and tote bags, so thank you for that. And I also want to thank you to all the team, because this work is about all of them. André, Diogo, Rita, Alexandra, Carolina, Sofia. I think I'm not... I think I said everybody. So thank you so much. And I don't know if Professor Leo wants to say something.
Okay, so you have said all. So I just wanted to say thank you very much, and I hope that you have had a wonderful day with interesting discussions. And I think this is a proof that you will be great service managers and engineers as you organize such a wonderful Congress. So thank you so much.